Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet, innit, mate? Yes, everyone, welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. Welcome to the most watched channel on this channel. And today we are going to talk about some good stuff. David, what's up? How you doing?
Yo, yo, yo. I changed your intro song to Ooh, sick.
Oh, yeah. You were watching that volleyball match earlier. Who won?
Darn right I was watching.
Who won?
Usyk, man. And a great victory for the people of Ukraine during these dark times.
You are sick.
That guy won?
It was pretty cool. They both came out wearing Christian shirts. Tyson Fury entered the ring with 316 across his back. And Usyk walked in. It's got a cross on there, and it says "Orthodoxy or Death" on his shirt.
Beast.
And so then they had a fight. I would have given like the first 2 rounds to Usyk based on points, but they were close. Then Tyson Fury took over the fight, started dominating, started doing his little antics. He likes to like put his hands behind his back and wag his head at people and put his hands way up in the air like this, say, "Come get me" and stuff. And I think it was the 8th round. Usyk caught him, busted his face. Tyson Fury started bleeding. Next round, Usyk almost knocked him clean out. They could have stopped the fight there, but Usyk was all over him. 10th round, no idea why Usyk didn't come out and try to end it right there, but he came out and just went business as usual. Tyson Fury started coming back at the end, kind of rang his bell a little bit there in round 12, and then split decision. 2 judges voted in favor of Usyk and 1 in favor of Fury. That's about how I would have assessed the fight. So victory to Usyk. There'll be a rematch. They'll probably want to do it pretty quick, like October or something like that, as far as a rematch.
OMG, how interesting. How interesting. Who won in tennis?
I don't even understand what you're dealing with, man. It's been like 25 years since the belts have all been held by one person.
Who won?
Now all the belts are held by this Ukrainian dude.
When the biggest 2 naked guys came into a ring and started touching each other, who won? It was a pleasure to watch 2 men touching each other. I can't wait for that to happen again. But no joke, Orthodoxy apparently won over Protestant Christianity. So is this the proof that Orthodoxy is
he's
true?
He's a gypsy. I would guess he's Catholic, right? Guys, does anyone know the gypsies? What are they Catholics?
But does this mean that Orthodoxy is true now? This is the proof. So will everybody
prove? Whatever Tyson Fury is, he's been defeated by Orthodoxy. Yes.
I like to watch naked men touching each other in the ring for an hour. Anyway,
they're saying Roman Catholic. But it was super cool because Tyson Fury, of course, lost the decision. He thought he won the fight. But he said right there in the middle of Saudi Arabia, "I want to give all honor and glory to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ." So that's pretty cool.
That's pretty big. And that happened in Saudi Arabia, right? So
yeah, that's right there in Riyadh. And Usyk, his English is really, really bad, and it's kind of like in an endearing way because they'll ask him a question, and he'll be like, "Hey, you gonna do the fight? You gonna do the next rematch?" And he'll be like, "Yes, for make fans happy, make new fight again, so fans can see glorious fight of great warrior." That's how he talked. But it sounded like he said, "I thank my God, Jesus," or something like that. But I couldn't catch what he was saying. Sounded like he did it. Sounded like he did it too, which would be funny if 2 guys were proclaiming Jesus right there in Saudi Arabia. Guys, it's good news. Things are changing in Saudi Arabia. They're bringing in evangelists disguised as boxers to evangelize the entire population of Saudi Arabia. It's pretty dope.
I would want to do that. I would want to go to Saudi Arabia to engage in such an event. Just to, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would, as a non-Christian, say, "Jesus Christ is Lord," and every knee shall bow, and you will all submit. I would like to say something like that, just for the sake of it, when I'm in Saudi Arabia. But it's never going to happen, because I will never be in Saudi Arabia. So that's that. However, Yes. Anyway, enough of tennis. So today we want to talk about Pearl Hijab and Mohammed Hijab meeting up and talking about why Islam is based and why women deserve Islam and why we should all be Muslims and why the Muslim world is the best place to go and move to and all that. So are you ready for? Do you know anything about this, David?
I have not seen 1 second of that. The only thing I know about the Pearl and Mohammed Hijab is back earlier when she, I don't even remember, was this last year or something like that? When she asked, it's interesting because it's when all the sort of podcasters and people with channels and stuff started finding out about Muhammad having sex with a 9-year-old girl. So it's just interesting that we've been trying to get people to be aware of that for years. Now all of a sudden it's becoming like popular level knowledge about Muhammad. But yeah, she's, oh yeah, is that, you got it right there. Did Muhammad date a 9-year-old or not? No, he banged a 9-year-old. You could say the courtship began when she was 6. Why is everyone arguing about this? He either did or he didn't. And then Mohammed Hijab replies, "Date? Are you okay? If you want to ask questions about Islam, I suggest you do it with humility. Otherwise, I will remind you of the rejection you felt in your high school days quicker than you can fit into a size 14 shoe."
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
What do we say about Mohammed Hijab? It always boils down to 2 basic manipulation tactics. The most basic of the basics. If you do what he wants, he praises you like he did with that other woman. He's like, and yes, this woman gives us faith in humanity now. Oh, that's great to hear. Wow, I'm really making a difference. I'll just keep doing what these Dawah guys want me to do. And then if you don't do what he wants, he heaps insults and abuse and threats on you. So basically his car's got 2 speeds, nice and nasty.
Oh yeah.
I
was informed. I was reliably informed that that she saw one video of him after which she decided that that she wants to have him on her podcast, and there's this video which is of Mohammed Hijab with his shirt off. This is where she decided, oh, I need this guy on my podcast. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
But
dude, but you know, the weird part is whenever I see Mohammed Hijab just doing the same thing over and over again, this person does what I want. Oh, what a great person. He's so wonderful. What an amazing person. All his fans, yay, we really like this person. He's great. And then he does the reverse. If you do something he doesn't like, oh, you're evil, you're wicked, you're stupid, you're lame, you're ugly, blah, blah, we'll threaten you, blah, blah. He does that, and then all his followers pile on. You think, my goodness, how lame this is. But I have to say, if there's anyone that I think that would be especially effective with, it would be Pearl, right? Like if you're gonna do it with someone, you keep your mouth shut. You keep your mouth shut and do what I want. You need to do what I want. When a real man is telling you what you have to do, you must obey me. She seems like someone that's going to work with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she also said here on that same day, others are saying it is okay he screwed a 9-year-old because it was a different time. Okay, I could get maybe 13 or 12, but 9. And he then replied, be very careful how you speak about our holy prophet, otherwise we won't hesitate to humiliate you.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
And when we saw that, we would be saying, no, that's when Pearl is supposed to dial it up and say, hey, if you're going to threaten me, I'm going to call him a pedophile all day, every day. So you better shut your mouth. In other words, you threaten to dial up your criticism of Muhammad. That's what you would do if you don't have the personality type where people, threatening to humiliate you is actually a good approach with you. Because I think she apologized after that or something.
Yeah, we actually invited her on a live stream, and she actually joined us on a live stream where we talked about this whole issue, and it wasn't. I didn't have a very good impression of her during that live stream, as I already said after the live stream. But she did acknowledge at that point that that there is something really messed up during that live stream. But then just a few days later, I think she apologized to Muslims and started making peace with them, and then reconciliating. And of course, while on this day, it was like, oh, she's a whore. She will be humiliated. She's stupid. She's ignorant, and this and that. After she apologized, it was like, oh, okay. This woman looks like it looks like this woman is an intelligent woman who really wants to figure out what's going on. So they started actually talking to her. Oh, I didn't realize that this comment here is also on the screen. Wait, this is anyway, so, I love Egyptian atheists. He always comes in with the with the good stuff. Violet Alice Evans said, haha, Pearl would hate actually doing what she said. Wait a minute, this is not the comments. You said something else. Oh, no, there was someone different here. Pretty sure someone would have picked. No, that's not either. I guess, I don't know. I saw a comment here that said, I saw her on Tim Pool and she didn't seem to have any idea about anything other than women are bad. I just wanted to address that very briefly because it seems like she kind of came into this whole foreground by being one of those what people call pick me women who
what's that mean anyway? You know what that means?
Yeah, it's like it's the kind of women who become public by just trash talking, by just talking trash about women and about women's rights and being like, oh, and being like overt, like, oh, men are so much better and men should dominate, and women suck and stuff like that. It just looks slimy.
So what's the idea? What's the idea of calling it a pick me girl? It's like, hey guys, see, I'm what you're looking for, so pick me. Is that the idea?
I think so. I guess there will be a woman. It's also applied to different situations. Meanwhile, but where a woman speaks in such a way that it looks like she craves attention and approval from men, while having no problem putting down all the women out there. So that's kind of what it is about. And she became popular as one of those people who was like, oh, whenever there's a conversation about women, it's like, oh yeah, women terrible, women are terrible, women shouldn't do anything, women should stay at home, women shouldn't vote, women shouldn't talk, women shouldn't. And ironically, she's then the person who goes online and talks about this all the time. So why don't you make the first step and shut up? Anyway, any woman who puts a man on child support is a bad woman. Okay. You're either pro-patriarchy or pro-matriarchy. It's just the whole shtick, the whole thing that she has is just about women bad. And you can see some okay, some all right, some nuanced takes, but then also some really, really, really messed up weird stuff. Including I don't know, that women should just do whatever the man wants, that men may go out and have sex with different people, but and women should just be okay with that. Things like that. I don't know. It's so bizarre.
I mean, dude, just imagine her watching Ali Dawa's show The Bitter Truth, when Hijab and Ali Dawa are like, hey, how's a wife actually gonna complain what her husband is doing? You can lie to her if that's the case, but they're making it sound like the guy gets to go out and do what he wants, and if you have a problem with it, you're a bad wife. But that seems like Pearl be like, exactly, that's exactly what I've been saying.
Wait a minute, what? Is this really a thing to talk about? I don't get why this is a thing. I wonder how many men have died because they were falsely accused of being a pedophile and another man decided to take matters into his own hands.
I mean,
What?
To be fair, things like that happen in prison.
Sure, yes, but
you could go around spreading a rumor that guy's actually in here for pedophilia. He's just, you don't like him, so you walk up. Hey, I found out that guy's in here. He's a pedophile. People gang up and beat the crap out of him.
sure, it definitely happens. People are falsely accused and framed for all kinds of different things, but just like this being a big
Just like
concern.
how
on the
much of
channel.
how much of a real concern is that? Like how often? It's like there's this epidemic of people being accused of being pedophiles and then getting killed.
Yeah. Anyway, uh, so she then apparently started to come to an agreement with Mohammed Hijab when having a discussion, and that was a while ago. And they were like, "Oh, you come on my channel? No, you on mine." Did Mohammed date a 9-year-old or not? Why is everyone arguing about this? I responded. Other people responded. People insulted her, and so on. Okay, so we are torn on if Mother Teresa is a good person and if Muhammad screwed a 9-year-old, and so on. So she kept doing this stuff. Eventually, she apologized at some point and came together and decided to have a conversation with Mohammed Hijab. And the conversation seems very bizarre because I checked few parts of it, and it is very, very weird.
I have seen none of it, but
You haven't seen any of it.
mean, I have predictions in my mind of what it's going to be like. So,
Yeah. So let's start with one thing here. Do women have rights in Muslim countries? I would say that women do
just sit
definitely have
down.
rights in Muslim
you think-
countries. Some of the rights,
What Muslim
Yeah,
I don't know, being
the right
quiet,
to, the right to shut your stinking trap. That's
yeah,
what right you have. That's the right you have in my country. You have the right to shut your stinking trap.
the right to breathe, and all that.
SYST. Shut your stinking trap.
So that's one of the rights that women have, to breathe. But before this, Noah Walters made a super chat of 25 euros. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciating that. With no comment, but Ray, very, very much appreciate this contribution. Chloe L said, David Wood, can I be a mod? Also, have you both seen Shake It Off's new video? His animations are so good. He could help you with Alan traveling through the heavens animation, which L is drawing rather than me. She said, I think she's asking to be a mod on your channel because she's already on mod on my channel, right? Are you, Chloe? I don't know. But yeah, that could be something. I could be in touch with Shake It Off. That'll be interesting. Big Zemin said, I see you at Mrs. Apostate replied to Mozab's inquiry of Mojab.
Hey, you didn't even let me respond, dirtbag.
Yeah. Nobody cares about your response. Oh, go ahead. What is it?
Yeah, Chloe, I'll hook you up as a mod tomorrow during live stream. Nice.
Hey, did you see what Mossab Hassan Yusuf did earlier? So after
He chose the cow.
so Mohammed Hijab made a video about him.
The
and
rabid dogs of Allah.
I don't know if you saw this, but
No.
he just posted about him earlier, like less than an hour ago or so, or maybe an hour ago. Said the rabid dogs of Allah spread disease wherever they go. Come to Rafah, and one of our boys can make your wish come true.
That's messed up.
Wait,
Dude's brutal.
I didn't even see what he said actually in this tweet. I'm only looking at it now because I was kind of hurrying earlier and I only saw that he tweeted about him and I gave him a short response. I didn't see that he wrote this. Come to Rafah and one of our boys can make your wish come true. Now, what is it actually that he posted?
Oh, it's martyrdom. The idea of shuhada, shaheed in Islam, bro. It's the idea of shaheed is we celebrate the ones who have been killed, who've been martyred, bro. We celebrate the concept of martyrdom. Then I would consider that to be an advantage.
So everyone knows.
The one who's willing to commit suicide has the initiative.
We believe that life begins at death. We don't care about death. We love death.
Kill non-Muslims outright, but then on the other hand, you're marrying them. It's like, and it's so you have to kill all of them except the ones that you marry.
Yeah, and don't tell ones you take as slaves as well.
The disbelievers who are at that, the enemy is disbelievers.
Oh,
so this is what he posted.
Gotta love this guy, man. Gotta love this guy doing our job for us.
I need more information about this guy. Post everything you know about his activities to this thread.
Oh, you know some stuff. You know lots of stuff.
Yeah, I posted this thing. Get in touch with me. I can tell you everything you need to know about him, and linked to the thread that I made already a while ago when Mohammed Hijab went on Piers Morgan. where I linked this stuff where he told me to commit suicide, which he then later deleted within an hour or so.
Coward! He's pusillanimous! Pusillanimous little coward!
Then he, where he calls my wife a rodent, and cowers behind her worthless, impotent, unqualified husband. And then
remember how attacking everyone's wives worked out so well for the Ummah, and then we decided to completely normalize Quran desecration after that, and then they all flipped out and started whining. Will everyone dissociate from these guys because they're desecrating the Quran? And no one cared at all, and everyone thought it was hilarious, and then everyone started doing it, and now it's totally normal. Like, it's just like, dude, it's just a completely normal day in the neighborhood for us to like just do this. Like, no one, they won't even complain about it, they won't even look at it, even though when we were first doing it, they were flipping out and losing their minds. We have normalized this thanks to Mohammed Hijab ticking everyone off. Couldn't have pulled this off without Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah and stuff. Without those guys, we couldn't have pulled this off. People would have lost their minds. People would have condemned us. People would have condemned us. Well, I mean, I kind of did it like this. I did mine more like that.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
So if you take the Quran,
right?
And
Right.
Like this.
Yeah, like that. Yeah,
okay. That works.
And then there's all sorts of other things you can do. Like, you could do this. Like, here you're doing an impression of the goat. Hey, look, it's like that. What is it? 100? Oh, Lady and the Tramp. I think of Lady and the Tramp when they're eating spaghetti, but it's like this.
I loved that scene when I was a child. Yeah. So these are the different things that you can do. It's not something we would be doing right now. It's just back then we were trying to make a point. Here is another instance. If he thinks it's fine that I would be executed in his ideal Islamic world, he posts this meme where apparently I say boo boo, I'll be dead if I was murtad under Islamic law. And Daniel Kikic, the big guy, says yes, and he laughs about it. He finds it funny.
Aren't all these guys who live in the United States and the UK,
and the UK.
A long way away from the martyrs who are laying down their lives, or the people who are going around chopping people's heads off? Yes. These are guys who sit in front of their TVs and stuff and fantasize and pretend.
Yes.
These guys are like cosplay jihadis. I don't know what the term is, but
yes, they are indeed. And then he talked about this is everyone's favorite, never gets old. You two can play with each other. Get on your knees.
Get on your knees for the wood.
Gimp.
David Wood can give you a golden shower. Head and give D Wood what he wants. Wink. Let D Wood give you a golden shower. I'm the king of Dawah. Gimp, get on your knees for your master, boy. Submit to Allah. You can suck that. Like Muhammad sucking the fingers of his companions and sucking on little boy's tongue. Golden shower from your master. Like Muhammad gave golden showers to Aisha. I know you need a slave master. Like I was the slave master of Mary the Copt when I banged her in Hafsa's bed. Golden shower. Gimp, get on your knees for your master. Like Muhammad did for Diha al-Kalbi, who was banging him. Let him slap your face, you fiend, like Muhammad punched Aisha in the chest.
Yeah. Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
So anyway, this is the guy that we're talking about. This is the guy that we're talking about. And of course, with his dear friend, this is just getting so old.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's a capital punishment. Because people like you, little weaklings, who leave their religion and cause corruption in the land by spreading it, the capital punishment in Islamic law will be applied to you. We have no doubt, and we're proud of that. Yeah? Capital punish will be applied in an Islamic state. Yeah? Not individuals going and doing it themselves like idiots. Yeah? No. Under an emir, It is done. Yes.
Yes.
And we, you know what? We'll be watching.
Yeah.
We'll be watching.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to cause corruption in the land, that's going to cause more damage to the society as a whole, because the Sharia didn't come to protect an individual's right. Hey, can I drink alcohol? Yeah, sure. Drink alcohol, run someone over, kill them, set all this kind of chaos. No, Islam says the right of the community is greater than you individual wanting your right to freedom, which is BS.
Yeah.
Absolutely BS. Yeah. Don't get me
started.
It just backfired on you.
It just backfired on you. See,
it's hilarious that he thinks this is backfiring on you when these guys keep giving us like, these guys are all gold mines. These guys are all gold mines of us blasting away at Islam.
So it just backfired on you. Anyway, long story short, after these very interesting exchanges among cultures, we finally got the sit down where Pearl talked to Mohammed Hijab, who is a very, very interesting man.
This man has real problems.
And let's see.
So so when I was growing up, they always told us that like Muslim countries, they don't have rights and whatever.
Yeah.
Not saying that's true. I'm just saying this is what we're told.
I don't want to think that I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful. Hey, here you go. Here you go. Hey, when I was growing up, I always heard that there are no rights for women in Muslim countries. So I was like, gosh, how do I move there? That's what I've been fighting for here in the West. No rights for women, except the right to shut your stinking trap.
Yeah. I actually messaged Pearl earlier and told her that if she actually wants to know about Islam, we can have conversations together. And I said I can even invite you on my channel to further elaborate on these things. But yeah, I didn't want to invite her for this live stream because I think...
Yeah, well, I have to say that's the wrong approach with Pearl. You have to be like...
Pearl?
You listen, woman, you're going to come on my channel or I will humiliate you.
That's right. I should probably send
her. Me and all my fans will humiliate you, tell you what a loser you are.
But we already chatted, so it's too late now. But I can just out of nowhere just say, "Listen to me."
You'll be humiliated.
Earl.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Anyway,
the one place that they always told me, like women can't drive there.
Is that what you advocate?
Well, I mean, now I'm like, well, I mean, I know.
Is that funny, man?
Someone whose wife is paralyzed because of a woman driving.
So are you for that or against that?
No. I make jokes.
Okay.
No, women should be able to drive if they're good drivers, but I do know that we cause more accidents based on how much we drive. Men cause more, but they drive more, like you have truckers and stuff.
Sure. So
anyways.
Yeah.
What happened to Mohammed Hijab? Something is wrong here. I think he got kind of corrupted too much by the haram world out there. Remember when he was talking to Michaela Peterson, he was like, he wouldn't look at her. He would look down and away all the time. Maybe it's because
after all the
maybe it's because he thinks Pearl isn't attractive anyway. So there's no point in looking away. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I don't know.
Well, it's a couple things. I mean, one, they've been doing all that free mixing, right? Aren't these guys like the kings of free mixing now, where women and guys get together and they chat it up and stuff? But it's also back then he was a bit more concerned. He was a bit we've said this for a long time. The more popular these guys become, the less they're going to care what their critics say, because they can just say, "Oh, you're just jealous that you're not popular like us." And so back then at Michaela Peterson time, he's still a bit concerned for the feedback he's going to get for the more hardline Muslims. What are you doing? You're sitting there talking directly to Michaela Peterson. What are you doing? You're supposed to look away. He's a little more worried about it back then. Now he's got over 1 million subscribers. You can't control this guy. You can't control Mohammed Hijab.
But is he over?
Too late. Too late.
That's
I think he is, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, he's at 1.2 million.
There you go. You can't tell this guy anything. You can't tell this guy. You can't tell Ali Dawah. They do not care.
This is amazing. At some point, I started sharing your whole sentiment of this guy should be the most popular Dawah guy. He should be the face of Dawah, because it only serves our purpose, to be honest.
We just need a few more. We got Hijab. We've got Ali Dawah. Daniel needs to be more popular. I think he's going a little too far, a little too fast. He needs to pump the brakes just a little bit, gain his popularity, then go all in on the creepy stuff he's talking about. But we can work with him. And then Sheikh Uthman, the lying machine. Oh, they stabbed me. The kuffar, they stabbed me. Where are David Wood and the Apostate Prophet when the kuffar are stabbing me?
Yeah, I told Daniel before. I told Daniel already. I messaged him. I told him that he needs to tone it down a little bit because otherwise he won't get anywhere. I hope he'll take my advice. I don't know. Yeah. I also tried recommending him here and there, but yeah, trying to help.
Yeah, so we've got these 4 guys. We need a few. We basically need a few more. There are lots of like second and third tier guys that are okay, but they're not like Hijab or Ali Dawah or Sheikh Uthman or Daniel Hakikachu level of destroying Islam from within. Thought Andrew Tate might be the GOAT, but he fell apart too rapidly. Sneeko doesn't have the brain power. So anyway, we're still looking. We need a few more of these guys.
Yeah, Victor said, AP, you're 3,000 Islamophobes away from 500,000. That's true. I'm actually channel is currently at 497,000 subscribers, which is funny. So quickly, 3,000 people hit the subscribe button now so we can be at 500,000. And then I will do what I promised I would do at 500,000. Okay.
Anyway, so
I find that interesting. I thought you'd take the pro-Saudi position.
No, it was more like I kind of understand where they're coming from.
Sure.
But anyways, don't quote me on that.
But the women vote, though. I think, even though the elections
most places women vote, right? I mean, yeah. Anyways, why is there a conception that women don't have rights in Muslim countries, and is there any truth to it?
Well, look, I mean, let me tell you something, Pearly, right?
Did he just say Pearly? What?
Let me tell you something, honey.
Did he just call her Pearly?
Well, look, I mean, let me tell you something, Pearly, right? If someone heard...
Did he say Pearly?
Well, look, I mean, let me tell you something, Pearly, right? If someone heard... If you had
called her Pearly, what are you confused about?
That's very, very weird.
Why?
Her name is Pearl. It's not Pearly.
Well, her channel is Pearly Things.
Pearly Things, but it's not. But her name is not Pearly. It's Pearl. Yeah. So,
that's what you're going to object to?
It's just funny.
Manifesto of what women should and shouldn't do, including number 1, voting, etc. Yeah, most people would say the country that Pearly runs would be a country that women don't have as much rights. But
I'm sure they would. I was like, maybe we'd agree. I don't know.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when we say women don't have any rights, I mean, according to whose conception? According to the feministic conception, absolutely. They would not be happy with a lot of the norms and the traditions of the Muslim world.
Mm-hmm.
This is the difference between Mohammed Hijab and somebody like Daniel Hakikachu, for example. Mohammed Hijab was talking about, fewer rights, well, depending on your conception of rights and to your worldview, where Daniel Hakikachu would just come in and say, yeah, they have fewer rights.
Yeah, you have the right to be fed by your husband if you are meeting all of your marital obligations. Then he is required to house and feed you, and he has the right over you to beat the crap out of you if you do not do exactly what he says.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to be very specific as to what we're asking about. Like if we're asking about women owning property, then surely in Islam, I mean, women were allowed to own property before they were allowed to in many parts of the West.
That
was always a thing.
Feminist.
On the issue of voting, I mean, we don't have necessarily votes because democracy is a Western concept.
Wrong.
But we had something called Pledge of Allegiance.
Clip that. Clip that. Democracy is a Western concept. Fine.
Why doesn't he just
get... Didn't we just hear like 5 seconds ago about how the Muslim world gave the Western world democracy?
Well, the right to own property, I think. So, oh yeah, that's what we did here from people all the time. Yeah.
Do so, for example, on the issue of whether a woman has a say in the marriage. Surely she does have a say in the marriage.
Well, of course, she does have a say in the marriage. Yeah. She can say, "I agree" when if she's old enough. Of course, if she's a little child, then she can't really. It doesn't really matter if she agrees or not.
Yeah, she can say. She can say, "Okay, I submit to you. Just stop beating me, please."
Yeah, and we can also lie to her, and like I can have one wife, and she can say, "I don't want more wives." Oh wait a minute, I think they get into this.
And in fact, there's a verse in the Quran that says that a woman has as much as the man has in terms of rights, except that the man has 1 degree over her. So there's
like a little my little wife. She has the right to go to nursery school if she wants. We give her the right to go to nursery school. Hang out with her other little friends in nursery school, and that's when we tell her, "Hey, why don't you share your husband with your sisters?"
So let's see what he says again.
Much as the man has in terms of rights, except that. In fact, there's a verse in the Quran that says that a woman has as much as the man has in terms of rights, except that the man has 1 degree over her.
That doesn't make any sense. First off. But secondly, I'm pretty sure that's not what it says. So there is one verse which is 220, which is 228, which says divorced women remain waiting for 3 periods, and it is not lawful for them, and so on. Their husbands have more right to take them back. The men have a degree over them. So due to them, it's similar to what is expected of them according to what is reasonable, but to the men have a degree over them. In another verse, verse 434, it says, men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding an absence of what Allah would have them guard. But those of whom you fear arrogance and so on, if they obey you, seek no means against them. I think the closest thing that you get is it's saying men have similar rights. Women and men have similar rights, but the men's rights are above those of the women. So that would be this here, which is due to them, is similar to what is expected of them according to what is reasonable, but the men have a degree over them. It doesn't say that that women have as much rights as men have, but men are a degree above. That doesn't even make sense, and the Quran doesn't say such a thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of funny because a degree over them, well, that's kind of true. It's like a big degree. You know what I mean? That's like saying the master and the slave are basically the same, except one has a degree over the other. Yeah, a big degree.
Big degree. So it's just that verse. In fact, I don't know why I scrolled past it, because I think I read this so often that I didn't even bother looking into it anymore. But here, Quran chapter 4, verse 34, this is the very verse that says men are in charge of women. And it says, those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. So beat them. It doesn't say lightly. This is just added as commentary. But if they obey you, once more, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. So men are supposed to be in charge of women. Women are supposed to obey men, and men have the right, if they fear arrogance, if they just fear arrogance from the wives, to discipline them and to warn them, and finally to beat them into submission. To beat them into submission. And if the women then obey, then they're like, okay, we're good. But that is the standard. The standard is that a woman obeys, and if she doesn't obey, the man can go as far as beating her into obedience. That's Islam. Just be honest, man. Just be clear.
So the Quran does not embellish the rights of the man as much as the Western man thinks that it does. Mm-hmm. Of course, there is such a thing as obedience, and of course, there's such a thing as gender roles. Of course, there's such a thing as.
What does that even mean? He's just arguing against the perception that nobody here presented.
It does. Embellish the rights of the man as much as the Western man thinks that it does. Of course, there is such a thing as obedience, and of course, there's such a thing as gender roles. Of course, there's such a thing as polygamy in Islam, that man can marry multiple wives, and the polygyny, really. That
What if she says no to it? What if he says, I want wife number 2, and she says no?
And he can
No
lie.
one
Say
can
it.
force anyone to do anything they don't want to do, especially if she had put that as a stipulation in the contract before marriage.
Yes. So there is one view, according to Islamic law, where when they are getting married, the woman can say, I want to make it, I want to agree that there will be no other wives. And they can sign a contract on that. And based on that contract, the men can then not freely go out and marry more wives. But this is not generally accepted in Islamic law. This is just one view.
And
However,
Mohammed Hijab already explained on Ali Dawa's show that you could just keep it a secret from your wife if she's going to have a problem with it, and you can even lie to her face. She says, "Hey, where were you? You've got another wife out there, another house, maybe 3 more wives in 3 different houses, and so on. You've got 3 little child brides in all these different houses, and so on, from your dawah buddies. You got your dawah buddies to give you all their 5 and 6 and 7-year-old daughters, and you've got them in different houses and so on." Didn't he say you can just flat out lie right to your wife's face about this stuff and say, "No, I was at the gym working out. That's why I'm all sweaty after coming back.
I was in the barn. That's why I'm sweaty. I was dealing with all the goats."
Sisters who love their sisters, who will die for their sisters, will take a bullet for their sisters, but will not share their husbands for their sisters.
You can lie to your spouse. You can lie to your spouse.
So can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is the Prophet said you can do it.
So there you go. There you go. This is Islam.
Ball
Do you
game.
really? And one of the things that Pearl does is she talks about family values and the family unit and having a strong family and having trust, mutual trust, and things like that. Does this look like a worldview that fosters that? Nope, not at all.
And by the way, notice, because we brought this up, how lots of people change what they say based on who they're talking to. And we see this, for example, with the Muslim preachers who are talking in Arabic about Jews. It's Jews, 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 we'll destroy the Jews. And then when they're in a Western context, it's, our problem is just with the Zionists, not with the Jews. They change the message depending on their target audience. But look at what Mohammed Hijab is doing. Over on Ali Dawa's channel, it's a Muslim audience. It's Muslims who are, and it's these guys speaking to Muslim women for a Muslim audience about how marriages work and so on, how marriages work in an Islamic context. So he's saying one thing there. He knows when he's talking to Pearl and her audience that these are primarily non-Muslims who don't know what to think about Islam. And so does he come right out and say, what are you talking about? If you have a problem with your Muslim husband having a wife, he can just lie to you. He can just lie to you and come home and you say, hey, where were you? And you can lie to your face. No, he doesn't, because he knows that would be taken differently.
S. Draper says, Pearl is like Candace Owens. She does whatever will get reviews and likes. I would generally agree.
Comment from S.D. Raper.
SD
Raper 2011.
I would generally agree with the sentiment here. However, I would say that there is actually a difference between Pearl and Candace Owens, because I must say that Candace Owens also does a lot of stuff for grifting and for views and likes, but I would say that she primarily does what her husband wants. So I would say, yeah, that's the difference there. I don't know if you've seen it, by the way. Candace Owens recently signed up for this platform where you can have a public profile where people can become subscribers and pay you to have conversations with you. And she signed up there, and people were pointing out, apparently she put a price tag for having a conversation, a one-on-one conversation with her. And the price, the last time I checked, was if you want to talk to Candace Owens for 15 minutes, it would cost you $22,500.
Quite a bargain. You'd be like Chris Rock, and I'm gonna get you, sucker. And he's like, what can I get for 35 cents? Can I get 2 seconds?
That would be a funny thing. If somebody has a screenshot or something of that, please let me know. I forgot what the platform was called. Let me know, send it to me, and I'll put that on the screen and talk about that briefly. Just as a reminder of how, when we talked about Candace Owens in the past, we brought up how what kind of a person she is and what kind of business decisions she makes and how she seems to just, grift and all that. And wow, I don't know. That was just a very good example for that.
And then he can't do it?
If she, according to one view, another view says that he can still do it because this is God-given right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
which is Mohammed Hijab's view. There we go.
See, he said exactly what I thought
he'll do it.
He said exactly what I just said. See,
and,
maybe he heard me say it.
Think about this, because we just talked about it, but we just talked about the passage. One of the things we just talked about yesterday was the passage in Surah 66, verses 1-2, where the historical background is Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl in his wife Hafsa's bed while she was out. So he's in her bed with another woman. Muhammad says, whatever you do, don't tell Aisha. She tells Aisha anyway. Then all Muhammad's wives are complaining about him, and he's threatening to divorce them all, and Allah's going to replace them with better wives and so on. But one of the things Allah criticizes Muhammad for is trying to please your wives. You do this to try and please your wives. And that's a condemnation. You pathetic little weakling. You're trying to make your wives happy. So, I mean, think about that in the context of what Mohammed Hijab just said there. There's another view. It says you can because God says you can. That's exactly what you find in Surah 66, verses 1-2. Muhammad was trying to make his wives happy and denied himself something that he's allowed to do. And then Allah condemns him and says, what the heck are you doing? Be a man. Go start banging your sex slave again. What are you doing? You trying to make your wives happy? Who cares what they want? It's about you. I said you could do it. So go bang that sex slave right now. That's what he said. I mean, that's exactly what he says in the opening verses of Surah 66.
Look at this. She didn't even change it. People were calling her out, like, are you insane? But she didn't change it. So Candace Owens, the platform is called Minect, which is apparently where you can talk to different people by paying them. Quick questions is one thing, but then
$1,500 per minute.
Video call, $1,500 per minute if you want to talk to Candace Owens, and it says 15-minute minimum.
Oh, see, because I was going to say, like, hey, just give me like 6 seconds or something like that.
So that's
a 6-second conversation. Hey, what do you think about? Oh, okay, we're done.
And here you can just put it in a calculator. I mean,
sweet.
That's some good money, right? If you want to talk to her, just pay her. Pay her all this money, and then you're good.
$1,500
that's
a
insane.
minute. So $15,000 for 10 minutes.
And people
but you can't do 10 minutes. So yeah, you got to get the minimum of 22.5 for 15 minutes.
Excuse me. Please, can people please stop calling themselves free thinkers without knowing what that means? I'm sorry, but if you are certainly not a free thinker. These people like her are not free thinkers, okay? Stop using that word. It's not what you think.
I think we should all just agree that everyone should stop using the term free thinker. No one should use that anymore.
Yes. Anyway, I should sign up there and ask for. Okay, I think I'm going to create a profile here on Minect, and
hey, you know what's funny?
We'll say minimum $2,000 per minute if you want to talk to me. Let's see if it happens.
No, but make yours $1,000 a minute, and then say, you see, cheaper than Candace Owens. Who you want to talk to?
Yes. What you were saying? Something. What you said?
Oh, I was going to say, for her little description where it says free thinker, she could say the thinking is free. But the talking is $1,500 a minute. That'd be funny.
Oof.
If you want me to say what I'm thinking, it's $1,500 a minute.
Wait, I think initially she put a much higher price there. It was like it was a much higher price, and then she reduced it to that. So this is the reduced price. Anyway.
According to one view, another view says that he can still do it because it's his God-given right. But
you can tell by the grin on his face. He knows what he just said. He knows. Yeah, and that's why.
Yeah.
If she, according to one, put that as a stipulation in the contract for marriage,
then he can't do it.
If she, according to one view, another view says that he can still do it because it's his God-given right. But
so there you go.
Is she about to ask him his view? Is she about to ask him his view?
I take the first view.
That
if she had put the if she had put it in the contract, he has to follow that.
Okay.
But if she hasn't put it in the contract, then he can
just take the L.
Yeah.
Sorry, just take the L.
Well, for the woman, you're saying.
Well, if she didn't want it, it'd be an L, right?
Yeah, sure, but it's not going to be like that because in practice.
Well, Westerners are in soft.
What do you mean it's not going to be like that? If you have a marriage with a woman and she didn't put such a thing in the contract, but she also doesn't want you to go and marry more wives, but you do it anyway, or you just lie to her, what do you mean it's not like that? It is like that. It is the woman taking the L.
Man, it's just like that. That's exactly what it's like. Oh,
yeah.
boy.
It's basically, hey, we don't care about what the woman wants. We care about what I want because it's my God-given right. I can marry as many as I want, up to 4, and you ain't got no say in there.
Off polygamy anyway. So that's the thing. It's like, I'm like, guys, you realize that if you have an ex-boyfriend, you're in soft polygamy in a way, or like if you're in a situationship, that's basically polygamy. The women have more rights under Islam.
Yeah,
like in a way.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? I don't even get it. Wait, that doesn't make any sense to me. What I just heard. Hold up.
Big deal.
Well, for the woman, you're saying.
Well, if she didn't want it, it'd be an L, right?
Yeah, sure, but it's not going to be like that because in practice.
Well, Westerners are in soft polygamy anyway, so that's the thing. It's like, I'm like, guys, you realize that if you have an ex-boyfriend, you're in soft polygamy in a way, or like
if you have an ex-boyfriend, you're in soft polygamy.
I want to sit down and think a little bit about what she said, but I think
I think any thinking about it is overthinking.
I think trying to think about what she actually said would be the mistake. Mm-hmm. What in the?
If you're in a situationship, that's basically polygamy.
Did she just say situationship?
Yeah.
If you're in a situationship. It's like a situation. It's like a combination of situation and relationship.
Yeah. So apparently, that's a romantic sexual relationship that is not considered to be formal or established. Okay, fantastic. But what in the world does it have to do with the issue? What in the world does it have to do with the topic here?
Rights under Islam.
This reminds me of Daniel Kikic. It's like, if you don't have Islam, then you will end up having sex parties with everybody. So Islam is better. What?
Relationship, that's basically polygamy. The women have more rights under Islam.
Yeah.
What in the hell does it even mean? Heck? The women have more rights under. How do you even conclude? I don't even want to continue listening to this anymore. But how does this make sense?
It's pretty terrible.
Okay, let me put these thoughts together here. One, if you have an ex-boyfriend, that means soft polygamy. Okay. If you have,
and then she jumped from there. She jumped from there to women have more rights in Islam. What the heck?
Situationship is soft polygamy. And in Islam, women have more rights. What? So she's saying, under these different circumstances, you are in a polygamous relationship anyway. But it seems that in your Islamic view, the woman could put a condition into the marriage contract and thereby prevent you from having a thing like that. Therefore, I don't even know. I don't want to think about this any further because it doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It is so incredibly stupid. And There are things that people say, and you sit down and think about them, and you're like, oh, okay, I understand what you mean. This is an advanced thought. But with her, you sit down and you listen to what she just said, and you have to make yourself ridiculously stupid to understand what she's saying.
Yeah, that was really dumb. If you have an ex-boyfriend, then it's soft polygamy, like ex. Not like you got a husband and you've got a guy on the side, and that's like soft polygamy or something like that. I mean, think about that, because she's saying if you have a previous relationship, then that's basically polygamy. But I mean, in Islam, you could marry 4 wives, trade them in for another 4, trade those in for another 4, trade those in for another 4, be banging 20 different sex slaves the entire time. You could be jumping on the Muta train and stuff like that. And what? That means since you had all those past relationships, that you're still in all those relationships. That's interesting.
I don't know what I'm expecting going into this anyway. The first time that I listened to her talk was when she had a chat with Nick Fuentes, and it was like, and he was talking about the Jews, they do these things, and she was like, oh yeah, I get it, okay, I see what you mean, but don't you think it's kind of extreme, to say like race and this, and he's like, no, it's like, no, that's not what we think. We just think that they are, that they just ask for it, and and the Holocaust, had a justification, and she's like, oh, okay, makes sense. She was just going along with anything he was saying, like she would disagree with it, and then 5 seconds later, once he makes a point, he was like, oh yeah, okay, I get it.
Hey, speaking of Nick Fuentes, didn't you say that he recently accidentally started broadcasting gay porn from his stuff?
So yesterday,
something like that.
Yesterday, people started posting about how Nick Fuentes, during his live stream, started live streaming porn. Okay, gay porn, actually, not just porn, gay porn, and everyone has been saying it. Nick Fuentes accidentally showed gay porn on his stream, and his fans are blaming it on the Israeli Defense Forces. Of course, the first reactions by people were like
they're blaming the IDF.
Yeah, the first response by people were like, "Let me guess, he's going to say the Jews did it." And in fact, yes, that's exactly what happened. It was immediately like, oh, the Jews hacked him. It was Mossad. It was the IDF. It was Israel coming for him. From the desk of Nick Fuentes, last night after my stream went offline, my cozy channel was hijacked by a known hacker purporting to represent IDF Unit 8200. Anyway, there is a different thing. I think it is censored in a very, very weird way here. So no worries.
And have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
And then, wait a minute, I don't want to make a mistake here. Stream is currently offline. Wait, hold on. Let me see here. Okay, and then it goes into, then they censored here, but then it actually goes into gay porn. And you can see the chat on his Cozy TV live stream. It goes, WTF, wow, what is this? Turn this shit off. OMG, what the F? Hacked. Nick, where's Nick? What is this? OMG, no. So that's apparently what happened, and he's now saying that it was the Jews. The Jews hacked him. To be honest,
I just want to say, if it was an actual hacker, wouldn't you have done that like in the middle of him speaking? When you're doing it afterwards, when you're like shutting stuff down and so on, that's where you could like actually accidentally hit a button, right? That shows what's on your screen or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if you're hacking someone, if you're hacking the State of the Union address or something like that, you're gonna start whatever you want, like right in the middle of the stuff. That's where you're gonna put it. You're not gonna tack it on at the end when people are like clicking on and off stuff and so on.
Yeah,
that sounds like exactly where you'd accidentally click on some gay porn that you're watching, Nick.
He said, this is getting desperate. My proprietary live stream site was hacked after my stream went offline. This guy said, first the Jews put gay porn on Nick Fuentes' screen, then the Jews used mind control ray on Nick to make it.
I'm into Hitler porn where he's banging me.
Anyway, enough about Jeffrey Dahmer. So let's continue with
It
that.
reminds me of it was a few years ago, but it was Alex Jones. They like panned around with the camera, and he had on his on his cell phone, and it was trans porn. And then people are like, "What are you doing?" Well, we caught him watching trans porn. And he's like, "No, what happened was there was it just popped up. It's a pop up. I'm checking my email, and then it just went ahead and popped up. I mean, who? This happens all the time. How are you gonna blame me and say I'm sitting there looking at trans porn when in reality it was just a pop up from an email? I clicked on the email and it just popped up. That's what happened." It's like,
But
yeah,
that happened. That's funny.
yeah, right.
Man.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Look,
But that's why, like, they'll kind of,
yeah,
like, in a way,
I agree. No, I agree with that. Look,
but would have
What, he agrees with that?
more rights under Islam.
yeah,
Like, in a way,
I agree. No, I agree with that. Look,
But that's why, like, they'll kind of. I'm not.
I wonder if Mohammed Hijab even knows what he just agreed with. I don't think he got it out either.
For polygamy, so don't
Really?
don't misquote.
that's very interesting.
I know. Well, okay.
Really?
How do I put this?
Mm.
I'm not for or against. I think people are gonna
Okay.
do what they're gonna do.
So if you were married and your husband wanted to get a second wife, what would you say?
I'd just rather not.
Okay, no, what if he does it?
I'd say, could we not? Well, I mean, if I have a kid by him, like you gotta stick it out at that. Like, what are you gonna do? Go be a single mom? Like, yeah, your life will it be better?
But you would say to him,
So she'd accept it.
She actually is so low that as a woman she thinks, well, yeah, if I'm married and and we have kids, but he really does want to get another wife. I don't really want it, but I guess I have to accept it because what else am I gonna do? God, she thinks that every woman out there is just as weak and as submissive and ridiculous as she is, which is why she doesn't want women to have any opinions. She's saying, well, I'm stupid, I'm weak, I'm submissive, I want to do whatever men want me to do. That means all women are like this. So then why should women have an opinion anyway? It's just like she's humiliating herself whenever she opens her mouth. It's just so ridiculous, man. Wow. This is so bizarre.
your husband wanted to get a second wife, what would you say?
I'd just rather not.
Okay, no, what if he does it?
I'd say, could we not? Well, I mean, if I have a kid by him, like you gotta stick it out at that. Like, what are you gonna do?
Hijab's getting a little dreamy-eyed here. Ooh.
Hijab was like,
Yeah,
oh,
you gotta
I
stick it
was just thinking about getting a third wife.
By the way, notice the parallel here, because we often point out that when you get these sort of clueless Western women who become reverts to Islam, they're very quick to try and get these women married off and get them pregnant, because they know it's way more difficult to leave Islam if you've got a husband and 2 kids and so on, and you're in the Muslim community at that point. It becomes way more difficult, because then you're going to have to leave your husband. There's going to be this huge custody battle and so on. And so you're more inclined to stay in it. But personality wise, yeah, okay. Yeah. If I got married and then my husband said he's getting a second, third wife, and I said, no, I don't want it, but I've already got a kid, nothing I can really do. Right. So I'd stay with the husband. I'd stay in Islam, just to avoid being a single mom.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
That's my response.
But you would say to him you'd rather not. But
yeah, I mean, I think
what if a man was married and wanted you as a second wife or third?
He's getting into it. Let's start negotiations.
Yeah. Here you go. So, for instance, let's say I have a friend named Mohammed Hijab. My friend Mohammed Hijab. Suppose he already has 2 wives and he wants you as a third wife because he's starting to find out that you'll fit right in to the mix. What would you say if Mohammed Hijab proposed for you to be his third wife?
And it's not me. It's for my friend. It's for him.
My friend Mohammed.
Mohammed Hijab. Yeah. What would you say?
my friend Mohammed Kebab.
I'd rather not. You know, I've had actually somewhat offers like that.
Oh, really?
Okay. I'm okay on that.
From people in the Muslim community.
Yeah, but not. I don't want to. But like,
fair enough.
I mean, I don't know how
guys.
I'll probably fully serious.
Did you hear that? She says she's catching offers from Muslims who are finding her. Wow! Finally, a good American wife.
I mean, I have to say she is probably a good candidate for a Muslim husband, because we talked about this recently, and no offense, but when people with a very Islamic mindset look for a wife, they don't necessarily look for the most intelligent wife, or one who has a strong personality. So she would be an ideal fit for that. You know, she's neither intelligent, like there is no sign of intelligence, and she is very submissive, so she would be perfect. I believe her. I believe her.
The perfect
well, like,
fair enough.
Dude,
I mean, I don't know how serious they were.
Well, probably fully serious because they can marry a Christian woman. They're allowed to.
I don't know. I didn't explore it that far because.
No, but I find that interesting because it seems to me that
I think a lot of Christians are hypocritical.
Maybe you're affected by feminism a little bit here.
Maybe. No, I think Christians are hypocritical.
Go on.
Okay, because the Christians will say the Muslims are so bad because they do the polygamy. You guys can't have polygamy, yada, yada, yada. And okay, maybe one part of me understands where they're coming from. It's kind of weird to me for a guy to have multiple wives. That's odd.
Really?
Wait. But I think it's hypocritical for a guy to have multiple. One part of me understands where they're coming from. It's kind of weird to me for a guy to have multiple wives. That's odd.
Really?
Wait. But I think it's hypocritical because, I mean, ladies, how many of us were virgins on our wedding days? Like, it's like
no, in the Muslim community, it's like 90%.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm talking about I'm saying this is why it's.
Do you have data on that, Mohammed Hijab?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking like Saudi Arabia or something like that, because I've seen some statistics that say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk.
It's hypocritical.
Sure.
How many women have been with a cheating ex-boyfriend? Like everyone. How many women in the West have shared a man at some point?
See, that stuff doesn't apply to the Muslim community.
Okay, she just started this out by saying Christians are hypocritical. I guess when she means Christians, she's talking about regular individuals in a Christian society or in a Western society that is that has a Christian history or a Christian society, a Christian community. She's not talking about Christians, right? She's just talking about herself, for example. Or about, I don't know, Sneeko before he became a Muslim.
I understand, but I'm saying in the West, it's I think it's really hypocritical for them to judge the polygamy so harshly when we are effectively doing the same thing because most women share a man at some point. And even in Christian, because most Christians, statistically, in the West, 3% of women are waiting for a religious reason for marriage.
This is literally what Daniel Kikic does. I think Daniel Kikic should come here and have a chat with her. They would get along very, very well because it's the same mindset basically. People here, they are doing it anyway. So. Yeah, so how about let's just accept the Islamic way because, over here, some people already do some things, which means we all do that. And, when we do that, then why just, why would we just be hypocritical and not become Muslims? My brain is dying.
Well, it's interesting. Given her view, then all of Muhammad's wives, except for Aisha, were polygamous themselves.
Yes.
Because they were all married to other men before they were married to Muhammad. So
Ooh.
following her, where if you had some previous relationship, then you're still polygamous, then all of Muhammad's wives were polygamous. I don't mean he was polygamous with all of them. I mean, they were polygamous because they had previous relationships, except Aisha.
Yeah. Aisha couldn't have had a previous relationship because she was 6 years old.
So it's not like even the tradcon women are doing it. Like, I just think it's a bit hypocritical.
Yeah.
That's
let me be clear. Like
Yeah.
on the most contentious issues that affect women today in Islam, I would say number one is polygamy, or the man that can have up to 4 wives at one time. A woman cannot do the same. A man can marry a Christian or a Jew, whereas a woman can only marry a Muslim man.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're supposed to, well, even in the Christian point of view, like if you submit, I think it's weird when women don't take their husband's religion. Because it's like if you.
Her immediate reaction to this just confirms to me what I said earlier, which is that she thinks all women are like her. That's why women shouldn't have a say in anything.
Yeah.
But here,
because it's like you're
only marry one time. A woman cannot do the same. A man can marry a Christian or a Jew, whereas a woman can only marry a Muslim man.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're supposed to, well, even in the Christian.
Well, that makes sense because I don't have a mind of my own. I'll just do whatever my man says, and all women are like that. So, and women don't really think, and they don't really know what they want to do and what they want to say and what they want to believe in anyway. And if you're not going to follow a man, if he believes in Christianity today and in Islam tomorrow and in Scientology the next day, and then go and follow a cult and commit ritual suicide, a woman shouldn't just go her own way. She should just join him on that journey because women are stupid anyway.
Actually, just looked it up. 2013 study. These are Muslims in Europe and North America. 60% of Muslims reported to have sex before marriage. So 60%.
Whoa! What? 60%?
Yeah, I'll get you. I can name the study for anyone who wants to look it up.
That is, you said Europe and North America? Is that what you said?
Yeah, religion and sexual behaviors, understanding. The report is, it's in the American Sociological Review. It's religion and sexual behaviors, understanding the influence of Islamic cultures and religious affiliation for explaining sex outside of marriage. Yeah, it said over 60%.
Deviant behavior, American. Is it called egalitarianism, housework, and sexual frequency? Something.
No, what the world are you talking about?
The decoupling sex. Just send me the link. Send me a link per message. Or here, it's like there's a private chat here on our interface that we are talking through right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking as a different computer. I'll send it to your text.
Okay, just send me text, whatever.
I don't know if you want to go through a journal article during a live show.
Yes.
Christian point of view, like if you submit, I think it's weird when women don't take their husband's religion because it's like if you're supposed to trust him in all things.
Sure, no, we wouldn't go that far. We would say a woman still has to think for herself. I mean, definitely.
Well, yeah, but why would you be with a guy where you don't trust his judgment? That's like
this makes me want to vomit. Honestly, this really makes me want to vomit. She is basically presenting it in such a way. I have rarely seen something like this where even Mohammed Hijab is still gives women some credit and still thinks women are not that low. And she's like, no, women are stupid. Women don't think, and women should just do whatever the man says. If the man says, I want to kill myself, women should just follow through with that. It's so ridiculously stupid. She is this stupid, which is why she thinks all women are stupid like her. She really thinks that women have no agency, that women should not be making decisions on about anything. They should not be seeking truth. They should not be analyzing truth. They should not be sitting down and thinking, okay, are these truth claims accurate or not? Is this religion true or not? Did this happen? Yes or not? No. Find a man. Whatever he says is true. It doesn't matter what you think. That's what she. That's what she thinks, and it is sad. It is, and I'm glad to see all the women here reacting to this and saying that this is just absolutely horrible. Yeah, and no, I'm not just highlighting women here, but
Whoa, listen, you have to think for yourself.
What? I don't even like your religion anymore then. How dare you tell me to think?
Deanna says even Mojab is more progressive.
He's more progressive. Dude, you should make a little video with just a little clips and say Mohammed Hijab is more progressive than Pearl.
Yeah, she is. Wow, she is terrible. Absolutely.
But with religion, everyone has to have their own judgment.
Well, yeah, I think
No, I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the third thing is, obviously on this point, obedience.
Okay.
So you got to obey the husband. Number 4 is inheritance, because
she's like, oh, okay, I'm on board with it anyway. I will do whatever you ask me. I will do anything.
Anything you say, Daddy.
parity in the way that inheritance is distributed. Not always necessarily not favoring the woman, but it's just not 50-50 at all cases. Sometimes it actually favors the woman. It depends on the situation. And finally,
wait a minute, isn't it? It's something I really don't care much about. But isn't the whole inheritance issue? But isn't it by standards so that a female dependent gets less than the male dependent in Islamic inheritance, or that she gets half? It would only be not the case if there is half the share. Yeah, okay. Women get half the share of what men usually in the same position get. It could of course be different if there is only one adult daughter, for example, or something like that. But women normally get half of what men get.
I would say the 5th most contentious issue is that affects women today.
Did he bring up child marriage yet? Did he bring it up yet? Child marriage? Dude, that's the number one thing is the child marriage. And number 2 is the wife beating, Mohammed Hijab. Yeah. Those are the main issues. And 3rd would be polygamy.
Yeah. Pearl. Sit down and have a conversation with me, and I will tell you everything about it. I will tell you everything about it.
Are we allowed to? We're not allowed to show our hair, right?
Yeah. Okay. The dress code. Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, I would think that's because I've heard. I haven't seen too much of Lauren Southern's old stuff, but she recently did a hit piece on the red pill. So I saw the beginning, and I guess she was very anti-Islam. And I don't know. I wasn't really that politically involved during this time.
Yeah.
But she was saying, like, under Sharia law, you have to cover your hair.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
For a woman, but there's no punishment if she doesn't do it. Like, it's not. So, like, for example, a woman comes out into a Muslim country and she doesn't have a headscarf on. What's going to happen? Is he going to whip her? Is he going to stone her? There's no such punishment that's prescribed in Islam. You know what I mean? So this isn't.
Excuse me. You can say that right now in the Muslim world, there is in the vast majority of Muslim countries, there is no law. There is no legal law which says,
"Hey, Iran, you got it all wrong." Listen, Ayatollah.
You could say that in most Muslim countries right now, there is no law enforcing such a thing. However, in Islam, a woman, if she is unmarried, she depends on her caretaker, on her father, or whoever takes that place. And she must be disciplined into following the basics of Islamic law, of Islamic morality. And one of the basics, her nature, according to the Islamic law, is that she is covered up entirely once she reaches the age of adulthood, which is any point where she shows signs of maturity, or where she can where she can think and say hello.
Oh, Saudi Arabia. We just did a show about how you arrested a woman for 11 years for not covering herself. Yeah. Yeah, Mohammed Hijab says you need to let her go.
Yeah.
Okay.
If she gets married, as soon as she gets married, she is now under the guidance and has to obey the husband. And the husband has to make sure that every family member obeys Islamic law and does not let it go. And if she doesn't cover up, then he has to make her obey. In Islamic law, in Islamic history, it was usually so that it was enforced by the caliphate or the imamate or whatever was in charge. It was upon them to enforce the hijab and similar laws in society, and they did. Other than that, at home it is the husband or the parent or the caretaker, whoever is in charge. A woman is never free. He should be talking.
And by the way,
saying it as it is. This guy is just. This is why I'm saying he's not honest.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, how many stories have we seen about people in the West killing their daughters and so on, killing their daughters, killing their sisters, and so on for not dressing appropriately? Like, how do they do that? Well, it's not because they think, oh, here is the specific penalty for refusing to obey Islamic clothing restrictions. It's if you do not follow what Islam says, then you are not even a Muslim. You're in the apostate category. Why? Surah 4, verse 65 says if you don't submit to all of Muhammad's decisions, you're not a real believer. And so that's what they do. Oh, you don't care about living like a Muslim? You don't care about dressing appropriately and so on? Fine. We're putting you in the ex-Muslim category.
Alhamdulillah.
Very easy to do.
That's what they do. That's what they do. In fact, I'll get back to this topic in a little bit.
No obligation, but there's no penal punishment that if she doesn't do it, then this is going to happen. These are, I would say, fair enough. These are the 5 things that are you would consider to be, from a feminist perspective, wrong. Obviously, from our perspective, we consider it to be right.
Okay, so if in a Muslim society, in a Muslim country, if all the women collectively say, oh, you know what, we don't want this anymore, we're taking it all off. Married, unmarried, everyone. He would be like, well, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. Yeah. It's good if he thinks that, but that's not how it was historically. That's not how it is Islamically. And I just don't buy it. Here is another one where he talks about are Christian countries better to live in than Muslim countries? Let's look at that one.
I have a question. Do you think that the best places to live in the world is the Muslim world?
No, I mean, it depends on what you're looking for.
No. End of discussion.
End of discussion. Okay, we're done with this video. So
yeah, we can agree. We can agree. Mohammed Hijab is finally right about something. Are Muslim countries the best place to live in? No. But it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a Sharia compliant hellhole where everyone's running around banging kids and goats and everything, then yeah, a Muslim country would be great for you.
Yeah, because you can't do that over here.
What are you looking for? You know, it depends on what you like.
Well, I don't know much about. Like I've been to.
Mohammed Hijab doesn't like.
You can just leave it at that, Pearl. You don't know much. You can just leave it at that. It's okay. You don't even have to specify. We know it. We know that. We know that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that. That can't be. I wouldn't imagine that's like what you think of when you think of the Muslim world. Because I guess when I was thinking about this through a couple of years ago, my thought again is God would make countries that where if you follow him, this is where people want to go. And it seems like that's more of Christian nations are that. Some would argue that
it's like, pretty sloppy thinking, but is interesting.
Yeah.
Guys, did you catch it? So if God is if God is really guiding your country, it's going to turn into a place where more people want to live. And so she says, well, you look at Christian nations and people want to go to Christian nations and no one wants to go to Muslim nations. So does it really look like God is at work in your country? So it's sort of a, you know, I guess just a, I'm not sure how you'd completely flesh that out to say if God is really there, then he's going to make it to where other people want to move there or something like that. But there is something, I don't know, there is something kind of in the right direction about Islam claiming to have this final revelation for all mankind and everyone's supposed to follow. They got the last prophet, the final revelation, the best advice, the best science, all this stuff. And all the places that are massively influenced by Islam are places where no one would ever want to live. And so there's something right about that. I don't know how you'd be able to put that into a strict argument that's not kind of based her feelings, because that's what she's saying. I kind of feel like people would want to move to your country if God's really with it.
Beast.
And I could see where they're coming from, but I think where you find the best places to be is where people are going.
Look, the assumption is wrong, because the assumption is the more money you have, the more right you are. Effectively, that's what the assumption is. If you think about it.
No, I wouldn't put it to money alone, because then you could look at like.
This is very weird because Pearl often doesn't make any sense, but then she made a little bit of sense, and Mohammed just responded with something that doesn't make any sense in relation to what she said. It's like I'm really getting really confused here. What am I watching?
GDP per capita, I think in Singapore would be high. I do think people go there, but I still wouldn't say it's like people want to go.
So which ones should we look at? What material should we say? Material conditions. If the material conditions are better.
I wouldn't say material conditions.
Okay.
I would say if I was God, this is just how I think about it. I'm not saying this is a scholar level. This is just how I think. I would think that the places that follow God and what God wants, those would be the places where people want to go. It's not necessarily about material possessions, because I don't think it's based on income alone.
What is it based on then?
Where people maybe have the highest quality of life, but that doesn't mean income.
How do you assess that?
I would say that you can find the best places to live by looking where people are immigrating to.
Okay.
That's so freaking weird. By that logic, there is a point somewhere there, but by that logic, anything that that people want to gravitate to, and where people feel really like, well, I really want to go there. I really want to be there all my life. I want to be there every day. That could be the ideal place that God basically prepared.
So like we all want to go to Disney World. So that must be like God's home base or something like that.
Yeah. Or anything that just appeals to the general to pleasure, or to what people perceive as totally pleasurable without having any obligations. For example, there will be a place that people would like to go to, and that will be the godly place. It doesn't make much sense. I get the point that she's trying to make.
Yeah,
but
there's something right about what she's saying in terms of it, and it's not some strict argument that you'd be able to put into like a syllogism and defend the premises and show that you've got a great argument. It's more along the lines of, if God were with you, wouldn't you be able to make better places in the Muslim world? I mean, it's something like that, and I think she's right. But yeah, I'm not sure how you'd put that into like a strict argument.
Yeah, you could put that very easily if you want to put it as dumbed down as you want to do it, Pearl, by just saying if it's a place that follows the laws of God, it shouldn't be a completely terrible place, as Muslim countries usually are. I don't know, maybe something along those lines.
And in my lifetime, it's always like people, like it didn't, because my dad, he hired people from around, like he had an office in India.
Sure.
Like we kind of grew up like traveling the world. I had nannies from around the world, and people always wanted to come to America, maybe the UK.
Yeah, sure. But here's what I would
think
say.
Dubai is a new one. So,
Yeah.
you know, you could argue Dubai, but
Look, here's what I'll say to you, Pearly. Look,
because Dubai abandoned Islamic values very much.
The reason why people go to different countries, probably the biggest reason is because of economics. Like people don't travel from the Muslim world or parts of the Muslim world to go to, let's say, the West, just because the West has tall buildings and cleaner streets, although that's changing now. They do so because there's more money to be made here, and they can help their tribe and their family, et cetera, et cetera. And that's happening now in the reverse. So you've mentioned Dubai. If you look at the top 10 countries GDP per capita, 4 of them are Muslim, in fact. So you got Kuwait, you've got Qatar, you've got
oil,
see the UAE,
oil,
and Brunei. So that's
oil. He just mentioned 4 countries that were completely, not sure if I want to say completely, but that were very, very uninteresting and underdeveloped, that all became rich because of oil. All because of oil. That's it. And Dubai is not a paradise, by the way. Dubai has certain regions, certain places that are just popular. And when we say Dubai, the country is called United Arab Emirates, and Dubai is just one of those emirates. And there are also other parts to this country. But of course, if you want to go to the one spot that is like highly desirable, where the whole focus is, where all the money flows into, which is always presented to the whole world. Yes, you could see that as a very, very nice place if you have the money, if you are rich. But that's not the whole country.
Did he say 4 of the top 10 are Muslim countries?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he's looking at. I'm looking at the rankings right now. It's Luxembourg, that's number 1. Then Singapore, Ireland, Norway.
GDP?
Yeah, GDP per capita. That's what he said. So this is as of 2022. I don't know if there's been some massive change over the past 2 years, but Luxembourg, Singapore, Ireland, Norway. Then 5th and 6th, you have Qatar and United Arab Emirates, followed by Switzerland, the United States, Denmark, and the Netherlands.
Let's see. Looking at the International Monetary Fund here, GDP per capita. What does it say? Luxembourg, Ireland, really Ireland, Switzerland, Norway, Singapore, United States, Iceland, Qatar. Qatar is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Qatar is the only one. That's it. Is that what he just said?
You've mentioned, and they can help their tribe and their family, et cetera, et cetera. And that's happening now in the reverse. So you've mentioned Dubai. If you look at the top 10 countries GDP per capita, 4 of them are Muslim, in fact.
Okay. I'm going to go to a different source. Let's see what is on Wikipedia. IMF source, the World Bank. Let's see what they're saying. Nope, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. That's very interesting. What year is he referring to here? I don't really understand. Because I can't find any such list on any of these. The only country that is included in the top 10s over the last years is Qatar. That's it.
So you got Kuwait, you've got Qatar, you've got obviously the UAE, and Brunei. So that's 4 out of 10, according to World Population Review, which is a website that tracks.
According to World Population Review.
Okay. Well, he gave the website World.
That is, I think, the website is actually just compiles data from different sources and present. It's kind of like the Wikipedia of statistics.
But they do have 2024, so they have more recent information. Maybe he is correct.
GDP per capita by country. Let's see. World Population Review. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Got it. Let's see.
No.
10 countries with the highest GDP per capita. Here we have it. So website is World Population Review. You have it right here. 2024. No, this is 2022. It actually says top countries: Monaco, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Bermuda, Norway, Ireland, Switzerland, Cayman Islands, Qatar, Singapore. Only Qatar is here.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that.
It's weird because hijab is just like habitually wrong and lies about everything, but it's not a situation where there's a reason to lie about this. So I would attribute this to just being sloppy.
Yeah, it's. Let's look at a list of just GDP by country. Let's see, GDP ranked by country. GDP ranked by country: United States, China, Germany, Japan, India, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Brazil, Canada. Nope. All right. So he even gave us the source and said this is World Population Review. According to the data, but no, it's not true.
What's interesting about that list of like just GDP in general is you have lots of countries from down the around the world. So you've got United States, and then you've got China. Very, very different countries, and you have lots of different countries from around the world. Not a lot of Muslim countries on the on these lists.
So chat, everyone, did Mohammed Hijab just lie about this, or did he just make this up? Is he getting confused? I even went into just talking about the reason why these countries are actually have a high GDP per capita, but it turns out when we look at the list, it's not even true. So is he just lying? Is he just making this up? I wouldn't say that I wouldn't accuse him of lying, because he's a good Muslim, you know.
Yeah, all Dawa guys are completely truthful at all times.
Lying, lie. Yes. I don't know.
Kind of things, right? So a lot of Westerners are going to those places. What I'm saying is that the reason why people move anywhere, or the main reason it seems to me, is because of economics. But the assumption is, okay, well, where the material conditions are better, that would indicate that the truth is there. But if that was true, then Jesus would be the biggest falsehood, because he lived an impoverished life.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't really be money alone. When I say quality of life, I think of like low crime. I think of like nice place to
London
live.
here has got a very high
No,
crime.
and that's what I think. Like when the U.S. and the U.K. have fallen like away from its Christian values, it's kind of gone to shit.
Well, look,
so and I think less people have wanted. I would say, well, I guess
let's look at the Christian world, because
let's look at the Christian world. You see what we'll find when we look at the Christian world. It's also funny that he brings up crime in London.
Yeah. wonder why the crime rates have been spiking in
I have
London.
A few questions about the crime rates in London and its relation to demographics. Can we talk about that further? I really wonder if we can talk about that a little bit further. I don't want to insinuate anything here, but if we talk about Western countries where the crime rates got really high and getting higher and higher and higher over time, especially recently over the last decades, I have a few questions about why that is happening.
Graphic heartland of Christianity now seems to at least move in the direction of Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, in fact, according to Pew Research. London move in the direction of Africa. Well, because the demographic heartland of Christianity now seems to at least move in the direction of Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, in fact, according to Pew Research.
Okay.
London and the UK is not a Christian country anymore by population. It's 40% now. It's gone.
That's why the crime rate is going up.
Below the threshold. Right. Where you'll find most Christians in the world is Sub-Saharan Africa, and the material conditions there, pound for pound, are probably less than the Muslim world. Another place, which is, you could say, another chunk of demographic heartland.
Didn't she just repeatedly say it's not about the monetary aspect, not about economics, but about quality of life?
We could say for Christianity is Latin America. And I wouldn't consider that to be a great place for people to want to emigrate or something like that. in terms of economic conditions. The reason why these countries, or it seems to me like the biggest reason why these countries, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, parts of the Middle East, are in a similar position economically, it seems to me because of colonialism. That is the most recent thing that's happened.
Hold up, seriously, man.
The reason why these countries, or it seems to me like the biggest reason why these countries, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, parts of the Middle East, are in a similar position economically, it seems to me because of colonialism. That is the most recent thing that's happened. Okay, so obviously now they have to build their countries up. Some have. Like if you look at Rwanda, Rwanda is a beautiful example. Go to Rwanda, it looks like one of the cleanest countries you've ever go to in your life. It's in Africa. Because they had the crisis, the genocide there, and so on. They decided to turn it all around. You've got a collection of countries in the Muslim world now that are doing very well. Remember, there's 60.
David, I'm confused about one thing. He says that the way they are is because of colonialism. What is he actually saying? Is he saying that they are crappy because of colonialism? Or is he saying that they are better because of colonialism?
Sounds like he was saying that a lot of countries are crappy because of colonialism.
So are we supposed to believe that...
and that they haven't recovered from colonialism or something like that?
So Africa was better before colonialism or without colonialism. And South America was better before or without colonialism. And the West is the one that always did colonialism and turned places to crap. And why is the Muslim world the way it is?
Because of colonialism.
I have so many questions.
The Muslim majority countries, effectively, right? So look, now they are doing very well. Remember, there's 60 Muslim majority countries, effectively, right? So look.
But I guess my question, this is just how I think as a Westerner we would look at it, is like, if the Islam world produces such like an amazing country or whatever, like why do we have this like mass immigration to come to the West?
Because of economic conditions.
Okay, so you think it's a money thing?
Of course it is. I mean, I can tell you for a fact it is.
Okay, and why do you think? Question here: why do you think that Western countries have better economic conditions? Why do you think Western countries are places where you can make money better as opposed to Muslim countries? Why do you think Muslims in masses want to come to Western countries to live here and to make money? And by the way, this is not true. It's not just economics. It's not just money. I mean, I lived in the Muslim world longer than this guy ever has, and I know for a fact that people have all kinds of different reasons why they want to go to the West. And some of the major reasons are, if I go to the West, I can do whatever I want and be free. That's one reason. One of the other reasons is, if I go to the West, I can get a better education. So freedom, or liberalism, or democracy. I can actually vote for whoever I want. I can get a better education. I can make better money. Okay, that is one of those reasons. There is better quality of life, which doesn't just include money, but different things. Better health system. I heard one thing very, very often when I was in Turkey, for example, which is that in the West, governments actually care about their people, or in the West, people actually care about each other, whereas over here, a life is completely worthless. It's something that I heard a lot in Turkey, and this is a sentiment that people have in these countries in general. That a human life, a singular human life, an individual's life doesn't matter, and people feel very, very upset and very gloomy about that, while also feeding the very ideologies which make a society where human life does not matter. They want to move to the West because in the West they actually have proper human rights, which they don't have in the Muslim world. In the Muslim world, you can't say whatever you think. You can't say whatever you want. You can't criticize the government as you wish. You can't change your beliefs and your ideas. In the West, you can do these things. In the Muslim world, you get lynched or fined, jailed, locked up, whatever it is, killed, executed, hunted down if you say whatever you want. In the West, you can actually go out there and you can criticize your government, you can insult your government, you can insult your president. Yeah, I can say Joe Biden is a donkey as an American. If I say that in Turkey about the Turkish president, this is directly a crime. This is a crime, and I can actually go to prison for that, or pay a fine. I can talk anything that I want about the popular religion here, or about the country, about the nation, about the flag. I can do any of these things. Over there, I don't have rights. I really don't have rights. There are so many different reasons why people want to go to the West. I without exaggeration, I'm serious, and I said this in a video before. I actually made a video on this whole topic, which was called "Why Muslims Are So Obsessed with White People." Look it up. There's Lindsay Lohan on the thumbnail, looking very happy like this with a pink background. But I explained much of this there, and I brought this example there as well. I'm not kidding. And people in Turkey, for example, and other places would agree with me if I brought this example. But if hypothetically you went to a regular average Muslim country and went to a public square and said, I have passports here for everyone who can get them. If you can grab it, it's yours. You can now be a European citizen and go there. People would literally kill each other and trample each other to get that. People would trample each other and possibly kill each other or seriously injure each other to get that, to grab one of those passports, just to have the chance to get the hell out of those hellholes. It would be a stampede. People would kill each other. People would hurt each other. People would forget about looking out for each other. People would just want to have that paper, that document, to seek a way out of there. They don't just do that because of money. They do that because everything is better in the West. In the Muslim world is hell. It is hell. And why is that the case? Go ahead. I'll continue with this. But
it's just kind of what you already brought up. If he wants to say it's all economics or something like that, there are 49 Muslim majority countries. Although we've seen that Iran is actually under investigation, so it may be 48. He said 60. So I mean, there are some countries that are kind of on the border. I don't know what he's referring to there. Let's say 60. Let's say 60 Muslim majority countries. And these are in completely different, you have these countries in completely different areas of the world, right? I mean, you're talking Asian places like Indonesia and so on. You have places like Pakistan. You have Middle Eastern places. You have Northern African places and so on. So very, very, very different backgrounds of these countries. They're all Islamic. Apart from just finding an ocean of oil 10 feet beneath your feet, apart from that, Islam just doesn't seem to do well. What Islam seems to only make money just by invading and conquering and taking everyone's stuff. Once it's done that, it doesn't seem to do well economically. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what is it about Islam that makes it inferior to everything? If Islam is really like this final religion or something like that, what is it about Islam that makes its countries not financially prosperous? When again, if you don't find an ocean of oil right beneath your feet, you just don't do too well. So if he wants to say, hey, it's economics, and the follow-up question is, hey, you've got wildly different Muslim countries in different parts of the world, why don't they prosper nearly as much as other places? I don't know what the answer is.
So you have different factors. Of course, whenever we ask why the Muslim world is the way it is, they will bring up different issues, such as, oh yeah, because of cultural imperialism and colonialism and wars and this and that and all that stuff and conspiracies and all kinds of things. the West has very, very well-known work ethics. Okay, Western work ethics, Christian work ethics. In America, you have the well-known Protestant work ethics. You have the great change, the great rise in quality of life that happened in the Western world over the last centuries, which is called the Great Divergence, where competition plays a great role. For example, where giving people the ability to actually work and rest and create things properly plays a big role. In a completely different part of the world, in the Far East, in Japan or in China, in different cultures far from Islam, you have work ethics again, where producing something, working hard is extremely highly valued. Yes, people can work themselves to death and not have much fun and all that, but yes, they produce things all the time. They are productive societies. Look at Israel, something that we talk about very much nowadays. Jewish work ethics, a properly established system of doing work and resting when the time for resting comes, and then going back to work and doing it diligently and deliberately. Why is you can see an example right there with Israel, for example. We talked yesterday about how before the Zionist movement, before the arrival of the Zionist movement, and before the Jewish people took matters into their hands and started developing things, the whole region known as Palestine was a backward, barren desert. There was not much there. It wasn't very well taken care of. The people who came there and people who finally had a say turned it into a paradise. The Western world turned into a paradise. The Muslim world was never really fantastic. It was never really great. It was never really developed. It was powerful at certain points, but the power was not distributed among the population and was not used to build fantastic cities where people have great rights and where everyone contributes to society. It was based on fighting, expanding, looting, taking a lot of the wealth that you get from the looting for the empire, and then continuing like that. The average population lived in tents just 100 years ago or 200 years ago. In Turkey, for example, I have lots of stories on that. Many of the cities only started developing over the last 2 centuries. Stuff like this doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen because the West is imperialist and they're not leaving us alone, or it's a miracle. I don't know why it happened. It happens because of different values, because of different discipline, because of things that people actually focus on. In the West, people care about doing something for each other, for themselves, developing, living in a good place. In the Muslim world, what do you care about? You care about, don't care about this life. We don't care about this life. We don't care about this world. We just want to serve Allah and fight and die. We love death. We love death as much as you love life. We don't care about death. We love death. We love death. Just pray. Pray, pray, pray. You could die tomorrow. Pray, 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 pray. Do your prayers. Do your fasting. Make sure you wipe your butt properly. Make sure you pee properly so that so that your ablution doesn't get ruined, and then pray and pray, continue and continue and continue. And why are those people over there having better lives than we do? Why do they have more money? We should go over there and we should take it. We should take it. It belongs to us. They are rich because they're taking from us. They are rich because they're not allowing us to develop. They're rich because they're not allowed, because they're bombing us, because they hate us, because they don't like us. Because they don't like us. What should we do? What can we do? Well, maybe we should get together and pray a little bit more. We should get together and pray a little bit more. Let's pray a little bit more. Let's bring back proper Islamic values. This is why we suck. This is why we don't have anything. This is why we're not rich. Because we're not following Allah properly. We're not following Allah properly. Let's get together. Let's pray some more. Let's pray some more. Let's do some more. Let's do sujood. Let's do salah. Let's do fasting and all of these things. Let's preach Islam everywhere. And go and take their money. Move over to that country and make money over there. And yeah, once we are there, once we can move over there and make all that money and take all that money, what do we do then? Well, then we pray again. We pray and 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 fight and hate and pray and fight and hate and pray and fight and hate and install the system that made everything miserable back where we come from, where nothing ever worked. Because there, what we do is we pray and fight and pray and fight and pray and fight and hate. And that's what we will do here as well. But yeah, honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea why the West is so wonderful and why our Muslim countries suck. I have no idea why. But anyway, let's just pray and hate and fight and pray and hate and fight and die.
That was possibly the most racist rant I've ever heard in my life.
Well.
I can tell you that 100% hands down. That's the reason why people come to these countries. It's because there's money in these countries. Okay, look, GDP and GDP per capita, employment, all these kind of things. There's money in these countries. They don't come here because they love the weather. Look outside what the weather looks like. I can tell you that for a fact. And they don't come here because they love the quote unquote ideologies of the West. In fact, they probably despise some of those ideologies, and that's part of the problem that the West has.
This is a very funny point, but places where the weather is not ideal, but more in the wet and cold direction, happen to be more successful and happier countries. Yeah.
Right-wing people have with Muslim people or other people come to that countries. But I would say this, it's like, when we say quality of life, we have to be careful here, because there's an indicator in economics called the Happy Index, okay? And it puts all these Scandinavian countries. Right. Yeah, no, but if you look at what the Happy Index says itself, there are books, and even...
So he means the happiness index, right? The World Happiness Index. Let's look those up. The World Happiness Report,
Ooh, Israel's on there. Oopsie.
Yes,
Israel's on there. It's one of the happiest places in the world.
One of them happiest places in the world. One of them happiest places in the world.
Finland, top 10. Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, Norway, Luxembourg,
what in the world is wrong with
Australia.
What in the world is wrong with you? Why would you put these colors on here? Because everyone who looks at this will think that the dark blue ones are better and the other ones are worse.
Yeah.
Who colors these things like this? Ah, here, now we have it.
There we go. So you switched it?
Yeah.
Okay, now so you switched it to the darker, the happier?
Yes.
Okay.
World Happiness Ranking. So top to bottom, one of the happiest countries. The happiest countries you can see here are usually up there, Scandinavian, and then European countries, European culture, Western culture. Look at this. Look at this. There's a gem here in the middle of all the trash. There's something beautiful here. Look at that. Yeah, what is that?
Israel is ranked number 5. The number 5 happiest country in the world.
Yep. Countries by happiness. World Happiness Report score 2023. Top: Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Israel, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, Luxembourg, New Zealand. This is based on different factors led by self-reported happiness. I read the methodology and factors of this quite a while ago. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, well, you're going with 2023. I'm going with 2024.
I don't like 2024.
Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia.
Download the report. Just give me a list quickly. Explore data, read the reports. World Happiness Report 2024, Happiness Age Summary. I don't want to look at the whole. Oh, here, country ratings. Country ratings. Here. Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia.
Don't forget Kuwait's number 13.
Oh, Kuwait. Wait. There's Kuwait. Huh. Interesting. Kuwait is actually somewhere here. Austria is okay. Where's the next Muslim country? Let's look at this. Sweden.
Saudi's got to be on there somewhere.
Austria, Canada, Belgium, Ireland, Czechia, Lithuania, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, 22. Okay. United States. Oh, wait. Here's another one. 20. United Kingdom. That's another Muslim country. Germany, Mexico, Uruguay, France, Saudi Arabia. 28.
There we go. Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So in the top 30, Kosovo is a Muslim majority-ish country. Although I don't really know if you want to count that. They're not very Muslim. Not very Muslim. However, let's count that too. Okay, so among the top 5, we have, in terms of Muslim countries, we have top 30, we have among Muslim countries. Okay, top 10, we have no Muslim country. In the top 30, we have like 5 Muslim countries, including, we said Kuwait, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Kosovo. 5 countries. 5 Muslim countries. Huh. Interesting.
They're happy because of Islam.
Yes.
Not because of the oceans of oil.
Yes. Explained by 6 factors: dystopia and residual, dystopia plus residual, social support, generosity, perceptions of corruption, freedom to make life choices, healthy life expectancy, social support, long GDP per capita. Look, many different factors here. Not just money, many different factors here. Yep.
In their website, if you go Happy Index, I think they've changed the name of it, but if you go to their website, it says this is not a scale of who's happier and who's not. It's just so called, and they put different kinds of measures in there, including, but not limited to, the HDI, Human Development Index, life expectancy, GDP per capita, etc. So that's one thing. The other thing is that actually,
look at Pearl.
Oh, he's so strong and manly.
Expectancy, GDP per capita.
He's so dreamy.
Can you take off that shirt for me too, so I can touch your body?
Yeah, like you did in that video where I had the poster on my wall.
So different factors here. We went through them. That's not what.
Hey, since we have an idea of what Nick Fuentes is into now, someone should Photoshop like Nick Fuentes, but he's got in the background, he's got a poster of a shirtless Mohammed Hijab back there. That'd be kind of good,
man.
If anyone wants to Photoshop that'd be funny.
We all know what Nick Fuentes has as a poster is a naked Hitler. That's what he does. That's what he has.
The HDI, Human Development Index, life expectancy, GDP per capita, etc. So that's one thing. The other thing is that actually I came across, from a psychological perspective, I came across a study that was done in the University of Munich in 2019 by a woman called Laura Tobin, and others.
Oh no. You know very well, whenever Mohammed Hijab cites something,
he never cites anything accurately, ever. I've never once heard him cite something accurately.
You have to go and check it, and it's bad. Sheikh Mike Wingjalinj says, "Live long and prosper, Kufr. Please react to part 87 of my video showing Benny Hinn. Unlike Muhammad, Al-Din Salami was a fake prophet." Huh, interesting. Okay, David, check that out. Matt Silva, no way, bro. Neymar is Protestant. This is the proof. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Abu Ahruf, JNDOC today showed a video of Ali D where he admitted he gave Quran and Dawah to a person and converted him to Christianity. Gotta check that out.
That's funny.
Herr Wolf, Israel earned the right to exist because they won and keep winning. That alone is reason enough to justify Israel's existence. Hail Israel. Yeah, Israel already had the right to exist, recognized by the League of Nations before taking anything. So they have the right to exist.
Non-Muslims.
Even legally. You don't have to even go that far.
And they said that they use psychological assessments and questionnaires and so on. And in their estimation, the most satisfied people in life are actually Muslim people. This is a non-Muslim, academic study. So one can use that.
I'm familiar. Okay. Let's hear again the source.
By a woman called Laura. So that's one thing. The other thing is that actually I came across, from a psychological perspective, I came across a study that was done in the University of Munich in 2019
I know.
by a woman called Laura Tobin, and others. non-Muslims. And they said that they use psychological assessments and questionnaires and so on. And in their estimation, the most satisfied people in life are actually Muslim people. So this is a non-Muslim, academic study. So one can use that. But the point is I still...
David, did you look it up? I think
I'm
he's
looking
actually
for it. There is a person named Laura Tobin
at the University of Munich.
I'm looking up 2019. Yeah, this might take a while to. Why don't you message him and say, "Hey, what's that study?" so we can look at it.
I don't think it's actually from 2019, and I think the name doesn't check out. But
Laura Tobin is a person
at the University of Munich.
I don't know. She's a person. Laura Tobin is a meteorologist.
Okay, I look for Laura Tobin. Can't find any such person at the University of Munich.
She's a weather presenter.
Well, maybe she knows one thing or two about life satisfaction of Muslims. I don't know. I know what
she can read. If she can read the weather, why can't she read people's satisfaction? AP, come on, same thing.
I think I know what he's referring to, but the reference here is totally wrong, and it would be, of course, very helpful if he cited it properly, so we could look it up. But I really wonder. I mean, maybe he's getting it right, and we just can't find it here. But I know for a fact that he is referring to an actual study that goes into people reporting about life satisfaction, but not just life satisfaction. I think it was like. I don't exactly remember, but it has to do with religion and life satisfaction. And Muslims report that they feel satisfied with what they have and things like that. But it's not a study about people feeling actually happy in life, because that would be a completely different issue.
Oh, yeah. You got the name wrong. It's a report by Laura Marie Edinger Schoens. So that's pretty much just like Tobin.
What? How did he get to Tobin? I don't know. He's just saying anything.
What, from Dr. Edinger Schoens? How did he get Tobin out of that? I mean, it sounds exactly the same. Tobin, Edinger Schoens. Tobin, Edinger Schoens. What?
Yeah, it was a study that needs to be analyzed differently. Maybe we could go through that study at some point, and also have Mike Jones here with us. And I would be happy to agree. Oh yeah, look, it looks like they're the happiest. Pretty sure that the focus of the study is, however, not life happiness. It is perception of satisfaction, and on more than just whether they are happy in life or not. But yeah, it's definitely not Laura Tobin. It's apparently Laura. What did you say? Schunch.
Edinger Schoens, PhD.
Oh, it's Laura Marie Edinger Schoens. Okay.
University of Mannheim.
Wow, he didn't even get that right. Are you kidding me?
Dude, he got it right that there was a study. I don't know. Normally, he wouldn't even get that much right. So he got the name wrong, the place wrong.
Okay, I will help out Mohammed Hijab here, guys. But you can actually look up the study. So it is 2019. Is also cited by the American Psychological Association. 2019. It is by Laura Marie Edinger Schoens, and from the University of Mannheim, not the University of Munich. So
doesn't it seem like there should be an umlaut there on Schoen, so it could be Schoens? Wouldn't that sound cooler?
That's what I would expect if I saw it there, but it doesn't have to be. Yes. It could be Schoens.
I take issue with the premise, because the premise suggests that when someone is in a good material condition, or they're having a good life, or money is there, or let's say standard of living is there, whatever it may be, that indicates, for example, that that person is in a good position or whatever. Then there are many parts, like for example, if you look at Islamic history, right? Islam has been around for.
No, he's just coping. Maybe that's why he said Tobin, because it sounds like coping, and he's coping here with the fact that the Western world is doing so well. Yeah, I mean, they say they're happy, but if you actually look at different factors, okay, we get it, man. Quality of life, better. Self-reported happiness, better. Health, better. Mutual trust, better. Infrastructure, better. Development, better. Productivity, better. Economics, better. Everything is better. Stop coping. Just say it.
1,400 years. 95% of that time, Islam has either been one of the superpowers or the superpower of the world.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Does that mean that the Islamic world was good? No, it means they were just aggressive and powerful. Indeed, yes.
And a lot of that time, for example, you'll find that the European countries has been in the Dark Ages. Okay, I'm not.
Oh boy, he's going back to the Dark Ages idea.
There are some stereotypes someone can make.
I would love to have IP over here talking about responding to the whole Dark Ages.
Actual scholars and historians, they don't talk about the Dark Ages anymore. They say it's nonsense. They said it was. They said it's like basically it's like a 19th century caricature to degrade things that happened before them and so on. And they call it. They said we'll call it the Dark Ages. And they said it's total nonsense. That's when people are coming up with universities and everything else. And as far as problems during the Dark Ages, those were actually connected to Islam, because Islam started attacking all the port cities in the Mediterranean, and this caused people to pull away from the port cities, which screwed up trade in the Mediterranean and so on. And life had to change for lots of people in Europe with Muslim pirates running the Mediterranean.
This is funny. Even on Wikipedia, I see this. As the accomplishments of the era came to be better understood in the 19th and 20th century, scholars began restricting the Dark Ages appellation to the early Middle Ages, 5th to 10th century, and today's scholars also reject its usage for that period. The majority of modern scholars avoid the term altogether because of its negative connotations, finding it misleading and inaccurate. Despite this, pejorative meaning remains in use, particularly in popular culture, which often simplistically views the Middle Ages as a time of violence and backwardness. This is not just some pro-Western or Christian scholars or anything arguing here. This is the common knowledge here that you have.
Yeah, everyone knows it except Mohammed, Hijab, and a bunch of other people online.
Yeah.
About European so-called time of the European Dark Ages, but if you consider from the let's say time of 700 AD until 1600, 1700, 1700, right? This time period of 1,000 years, what the West produced in that time, compare it with the last 300 years, what they produced in the last 300 years is much, much more notable than what they produced the 1,000 years that preceded that.
Excuse me, bro. Yes. This is so ridiculously dumb. He is logically brutally failing here right now. What he's saying is that over the last few centuries, Europeans developed so many things, had amazing success, but compare that with the achievements before that time. There weren't that many things that the West actually did. Therefore, the West wasn't actually great. No. Oh, you could go to that conclusion and make such an estimate, or you could just say that in the last few centuries, the West has been exceptionally successful, while before that they were also successful. Why do you? And look at all the developments. I mean, you have the famous Renaissance, the printing press, which the Muslim world didn't even want to use.
Inventing the university system, the scientific revolution, all of that.
Yeah. But no, nothing happened. West was like completely dark until frankly, until 1991 when Mohammed Hijab was born. Yeah.
of inventions, in terms of
Oh,
their
yeah.
discoveries, etc.,
Yeah.
etc., etc. So this is not, it cannot be said to be an argument for anything.
Mhm.
And look at Japan. Japan is a country that has got their own culture. They've got their own traditions and so on.
Yeah, they're pretty atheist.
They're developing,
though.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. So if it's not about Christianity, because Christianity is not there in Japan. So there are so many counter examples.
No,
that
this is
I feel like
yeah,
people are like
that's actually what he just said is dumb. Japan copied the West. So you could say that there are all kinds of factors involved in the success of the West, but Japan copied the West. And at times they were actually like forced to, when a bunch of ships show up and say, hey, here's what you're going to do. You're going to open trade and so on. And then, yeah, so Japan modernized by copying the things of the West that work. So you can't just say that it's not. The point is, you can't say that something is not connected to the West like it's independent when it's obviously and indisputably connected to the West, because that became a huge influence on Japan.
I agree with you partially. I mean, I agree with you that Japan did indeed adopt Western stuff. When they started interacting with Europeans who arrived there, they did begin adopting a lot of European developments and methods and things like that. However, Japan was already a very, very quite advanced, very disciplined, and very good culture before the Western people, or before
Yeah, I'm not
Christian.
denying that. I'm saying if you're pointing to Japan, going, look at what an economic and successful powerhouse they are. They have they're either ranked third or fourth in terms of world economies and stuff like that. And you say, well, look, they're successful, therefore you can't attribute it to. Well, they're like that for a reason, right? So the point is that, I mean, in a sense, everything is connected to everything else. I'm saying they're like significantly connected as far as their economic success right now. I mean, you had after World War II, it was actually like other nations are like helping them rebuild into a modern economic superpower and stuff. So,
Oh, Siege King said LMAO watch Shogun. I don't know if you are agreeing with me or disagreeing with me. I'm actually interested in that show. I only watched like one episode or so and then didn't continue. But yeah, Japan definitely had influence from the West after the contacts and the Western attempts to establish trade and missionary activities there as well. But Japan was on a very good path of development and order. They did have some very sick ideas, though, about their role in the world and dominating the world. And those sick ideas did show themselves in World War II. We always talk about how Nazis were messed up, but the Japanese, I mean, they had this whole idea of we are the superior people of the world, and the world was created for us to.
They were doing some sicker stuff than like Mengele level stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what I really I think it's because Jews did Jews put a lot more effort into preserving information about what was happening and making it known and putting it into movies and stuff like that. So they're like, hey, we need to make sure this never happens again, and we're going to make sure no one ever forgets by doing this. Whereas you didn't have that emphasis with what was going on there. But yeah, that's it. They were doing sick experimentation on Chinese people, on captured Russians and stuff. They were doing really, really sick stuff. Like we hear about Mengele. They were doing worse stuff over there.
Well, they had the Nanjing massacre, which is where they were very brutal to the Chinese. They
made these special chairs.
They made
chairs where they could strap women.
Give the soldiers free rein and say, go do whatever you want, and they go and kill and torture and rape and.
Yeah, they made special chairs that kept women strapped with their legs spread apart, so guys could just take turns graping them and so on. They had beheading contests, who could be the fastest to get to 100 beheadings and so on. So,
well, that sounds kind of fun.
It actually kind of fits, but it fits in that I mean, until a bunch of Western ships showed up and sort of said, "Hey, you're going to open these ports and stuff like that," they were kind of isolationist. Like, "Hey, we're good. We've got our island. We like our island. We don't want to interact with the rest of the world on this stuff, and we don't have to trade with you if we don't want to." And then like warships show up and say, "No, you're gonna interact with us," and stuff like that.
They were forced to open up. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but I mean, it's easier if you have that sort of isolationist mentality back in the day. It's easier to not have a lot of respect for everyone else in the world, so that by the time you get to World War II, if you're capturing Chinese people, they had a lot of contempt for Chinese people, Russians, all this stuff, and you get a hold of them. Oh yeah, let's experiment on them and so on.
Yeah. They had a very firm isolationist policy until ships came and said, "Hey, what is this? Open up, son. Open up."
It was interesting because that was also like a wake-up moment for them. Like, whoa, other places are getting really powerful really quickly. They did a bang-up job of like adapting and saying, okay, let's incorporate certain let's incorporate some of this and make it work for us and so on. But if there's a takeaway point from what Hijab just said, it's that other countries and other cultures do a much better job of adapting than the Muslim world does. So you can take people here in Europe and they'll figure out something that works and they'll roll with it. You can take China, they'll figure out something that works and they'll roll with it. You take Japan, they'll figure out something that works and they'll roll with it. And in Islam, it's always, no, we have to go back to the way they did things in 7th century Arabia. That's the goal.
That's what they do.
Japan? Maybe they are. I don't know.
Immigration's gone up, but once again, it's
just when I looked at like immigrate, I haven't recently, so this was like years ago.
Yeah.
But like I didn't remember Japan being that high.
Oh, okay. I know. I understand what you're saying.
At least not as high as I am all the time.
Yeah, no. I mean, people want to come to the West now because the West has money.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the West. Greece, for example, doesn't have that much money.
Mm-hmm.
Spain doesn't have that compared to Scandinavian countries per capita, for example.
Really? Aren't Muslims going to Greece and Spain and everywhere else and trying to take over those places as well, AP?
Yeah, the refugees and stuff. Yeah.
Connected to or comparable to countries in the Middle East.
Yeah. So nothing of substance being said, also completely wrong. Religion shouldn't serve personal interests. Has Christianity been infiltrated? Oh boy. Actually, I want to look into one more part, which is Islam should be separated from Muslims, because I think that is very, very crucial. However, David, I think we have an idea here for something to go through as well. Has Christianity been infiltrated? Topic.
Yes.
What is happening? Okay.
Countries do is a different story. Sometimes you have Muslim countries that do all kinds of things. For example, honor killing or this one or that one, or if someone being beaten or something, you'll find some pictures or videos online. The right-wing people are putting videos and pictures of people doing things which are not in line with Islam.
Mm-hmm.
For example, molesting women or sexual assault or something like that.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, because we had
grooming and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, because that's what it was. You're reminding me because
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, because he was here the other day, and I think that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, in Islam, a man is not.
Would you say that's a problem in Islam? And this isn't like a gotcha.
No. It's not. It really, because the thing is, in Islam, there's strict rules about how a man and woman should operate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for example, there's not allowed to be physical contact unless they're married. Mm-hmm. Any physical contact of any sort.
Oh, first of all, bull. No physical contact unless you're married. What about your sex slaves, Mohammed Hijab? You liar. You know you're lying.
Liar! You're a liar!
You can roll up into a town, conquer the town, and bang the women there without marrying them, Hijab. And you know that.
Momo did it.
And he also knows that the men in these grooming gangs view themselves as coming up with creative ways of making these girls those whom their right hands possess. They're just not doing it through going out in battle. They're doing it through manipulation and group and being a gang and so on. But it's the same mentality. And oh yeah, we do have here from Mohammed Hijab. Seems like he knows that women can be taken as war booty. What does he say here? I believe certain anti-Muslim women would wish they lived in the medieval period, a period where if a war was won by the opposing side, it was conventional that people could be taken as booty. Some historical accounts actually say some women would dress up for the captor. But if I'm talking
already, look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
If I'm talking to Pearl and her audience, I'll say, no, Islam only allows physical contact if you're married. Liar.
No, you have to say Pearly. Pearly, not Pearl.
Pearly.
And Pearly.
Pearl. I call her Pearly Pearl.
Pearly, frankly, if we were on the battlefield and I slayed your parents because you're not married anyway, I would take you right away. I would take you right away with me. So Mohammed Hijab knows about this. So there is one thing that actually let's let him finish here and then.
I find it hard to believe that a religion that says you're not allowed to have any physical contact, and you shouldn't look at the woman lustfully, for example, which is something in the New Testament and the Quran as well, that you should be respectful to the woman. Yeah. How can you go from a religion that says that very clearly in its primary text to justifying grooming somebody? So there is no
to justify taking these non-Muslim girls as your captives and use them as how you want, like Muhammad did.
So here is the thing: when things like these are brought up, right? It's no coincidence that in the UK, for example, you have people of Muslim origin, of Muslim countries are predominantly really ruling the whole grooming gang game. The grooming gang business is being ruled by people of Muslim origin. You could probably, if you wanted to compare this, like you could say, you know how they say, Hollywood is full of Jews. Jews control Hollywood. Jews control the media. Jews control this and that. Why are there so many Jews in the media? Why are there so many Jews in Hollywood? You could say the same thing about why are there so many Muslims in grooming gangs? They rule the grooming gang business. It's not a coincidence that is the case. It's not a coincidence. But when you bring things like these up, some people like Mohammed Hijab and others will say things like, well, what we're talking about there, it's not allowed in Islam, right? It's not allowed in Islam. And in Islam, you're not allowed to look at a woman lustfully who's not your property. And you're not allowed to create grooming gangs and this and that. Yes, okay. We can say on the surface, to just be literal and legalistic, according to Islam, a man is not allowed to go out there and to pick a random woman in a civilized society or in a society, in a peaceful society, to grab her and use her and to rape her or to abduct her and or to somehow groom her and make her into a rape victim or whatever it is. Yes, you could say by Islamic laws, strictly speaking, that is not allowed. However, we can talk about a different aspect, which is, could it be that the way Islam is and the way Muslim cultures work somehow creates such a trend like grooming gangs? And I would say, yes, it probably does. If you go into the Muslim world, if you go among Muslims, you will observe that people have extremely low opinions of women. People have extremely low opinions of girls, extremely low opinions of non-Muslims and of non-Muslim girls. And often fantasies of having sex, consensual and non-consensual, with women from the non-Muslim world, especially from the West. Again, I would like to refer to my video, why Muslims are obsessed with white people. There is a big thing going on where, like, oh, if you are a Muslim man, you're not supposed to look at women lustfully, you're not supposed to look at girls lustfully, you're not supposed to do this and this and that. You're supposed to wait until you are married, and then you can bang them, and you can take more wives if you want. And after you die, you will go to paradise, where Allah will give you specially made, handcrafted virgins for you, and you can have sex with them however you want. And then there will be so many of them, and they will be just the way you want them to be. And also, the disbelievers are filthy. Don't trust him. They are the enemy. And women have to obey and this and that. If you put this collection of thoughts into the minds of the average population, it's not very surprising that you will end up with people who, when they become deviant, will end up doing things like going after girls of non-Muslims, of disbelievers, and starting a grooming gang business. You could say that these are quite normal consequences of creating such a sick society based on such sick ideas and such sick standards. It doesn't have to be that your religion actually explicitly allows that or explicitly does not forbid that, but it could be that your religion with these sick ideas creates something like that. The Islamic ideal, the Islamic society, the Islamic way of thinking, the Islamic beliefs create this environment and create people who do messed up things like this. It's the psychology that Islam puts you into, which does not prevent such things from happening. It leads to such a thing happening as a regular, as a common way of sexual deviance. That's what it does. You could at least acknowledge that. Or you could at least go out there and, as a visible Muslim apologist or preacher or activist or whatever the hell you are, go out there and say, hey, we have a big, serious Muslim grooming gang problem here in the UK. And I, as a Muslim, want to go out and talk about this and take care of this situation. But no, you're acting like, oh, no. I don't know what that is about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you're Islamophobic. If you're acting like that, then yeah, we will see you as part of the problem.
Don't deny there are some people who do bad things, or Muslim people, you know, and what Islam. So you have to differentiate between Islam and Muslims, just like you have to differentiate between Christianity and Christians.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's strongest argument against Islam is, oh, there's grooming gangs in the West, and people are coming here because they want to come and live here, and that's why therefore Christianity is true.
So yeah, but I'm just asking, is what he's saying true? Are there like,
there is a woman called Elaine Cockbain. Yeah, she's a professor. I think she's written something about this, and what she had shown is that actually the grooming phenomena is not in fact disproportionate to Muslims and Asians. She considers it to be a problem, and also it's a problem with Westerners. It's not just like, you know, minority groups. Another problem that is very specific to us.
It's not disproportionate. Is he drunk? I used to look at every single list of the grooming gangs that would come out, and every list, like 25% of the names are Muhammad. And then it's Ali and Abdullah. Muhammad, Abdullah, Muhammad, Abdullah. It's not disproportionate. Everyone's doing it. Come on, dude. Come on. Come on.
I think we need to have a different show just focused on this issue. But we did have I think we need to do one specifically just focused on this. But don't you think that that there is a very, very big Muslim problem when it comes to the grooming gangs? Even if, for example, let's say that perpetrators are to 40% Muslim, let's say, or to 30% Muslim. Let's even say 25% Muslim. Compare that to the percentage of Muslims in the UK. Why is the percentage of Muslims in the UK significantly lower than the percentage of Muslims among perpetrators in grooming gangs? Maybe that's how you should calculate the issue. But I think we can definitely focus on this stuff and have a separate show on this by just going through the facts on the grooming gangs.
That's when you should get Tommy on here.
Yes. I'm in touch with him. I think I'm going to organize something. And it won't be pretty.
The World Health Organization about stranger rape. Now, obviously, rape itself, I mean, the criterion of assessment of how do we agree with any woman without evidence? No, we don't. We have to have evidence for it. But for the sake of argument, the World Health Organization mentioned that stranger rape is actually more prominent in Western countries than it is in Islamic countries. Different kinds of rape, according to this report about sexual assault, is in fact more prominent in the Islamic countries than Western countries.
No, we're talking about reported, actually. Yes, you would probably have significantly higher cases of reported rape in countries where reporting rape is not treated with victim blaming and victim shaming and killing and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that in Muslim countries, when a woman gets raped and she goes to police and says, "Hey, I've been raped," and they say, "Okay, well, that's you saying it. Up, he says he didn't do anything, and so, but you've admitted to having sex, and he says nothing happened, and so we're locking you up." What was the statistic? It was like over half of women who are in prison in Pakistan were there for being raped.
It's not even, you don't even have to go that far. What happens is usually, okay, I got raped. Should I now say something about this? I probably shouldn't, and that's where it ends. But the next step, where a woman decides, okay, I will say something about it. What happens quite often is this person, the woman, tells the parents, and the parents say, "Don't tell anyone about this."
Yeah, because it's a shame on the parents. They didn't do a good job of protecting their daughter and keeping their daughter.
Don't let anybody know about this. Other issues are, did you just admit that you had a sexual relation with somebody? And so on. I mean, he just talked about honor killings. Honor killings are a very big part of that, especially in countries like Pakistan.
But according to this report, it's actually stranger rape is more.
So I guess the way that I would guess it, though, that's got to be because they call everything rape. And I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but like my mind immediately goes to the reason those stats are out of control in the West is because they call everything rape.
But then it should be commensurate with the other rape, because there's sexual assault of, like, for example, a close family member and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was lower in parts of the Western world as it was in other places. So there's no issue here of there's anonymity that guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? In these reports, I'm not saying their reports are right or every claimant of rape is something which is true. But what I'm saying is that if we looked at the official and most strong statistics that we have, there's no evidence that Muslim people are more likely to commit sexual assault on women than any non-Muslim people.
Because I think, I'm trying to remember, he would say it's because it's covered up, right? I think that's what Tommy would say. Like, why does, I'm just curious. Like,
yeah, I mean,
because it's interesting because I'll talk to two people and they'll both, like, neither will seem to me to be liars, right? They'll both, like, they might be, I don't know.
Yeah.
I tend to.
Hey, pause it. I just looked this up. The national. Okay, so Pakistan, majority of jailed women are rape victims. So most women in jail or prison in Pakistan are there for being raped. The National Commission on the Study of Women in Pakistan recently issued a report on the Hudud ordinances, stating that as many as 88% of female prisoners are serving time for violating the 1977 Zina Ordinance, which makes fornication a crime and adultery a state offense. The Zina Ordinance, one of 5 covered under the Hudud, does not distinguish between rape and adultery. It doesn't distinguish between rape and adultery. Consequently, there have been hundreds of incidents where a woman subjected to rape or even gang rape was eventually accused of zina and subjected to wrong and unjust persecution and great ordeal. In fact, one provision under the Hudud ordinances requires a woman to have 4 male witnesses to prove rape. Otherwise, her rape is considered an act of adultery. So, you get raped or even gang raped. They say, "Hey, what happened?" She says, "I was raped." They say, "Where are your 4 male witnesses who are ready to testify?" She says, "I don't have them." Oh, okay, then you've committed adultery. We're locking you up. And you wonder why a woman wouldn't want to, who gets raped isn't going to run down and report it when she can't prove it? Unless you have 4 male witnesses ready to testify, by going and reporting your rape, you're basically getting locked up. You're basically getting sentenced to prison.
Bro.
You see, there are fewer reported rapes in Pakistan, you see?
Hold on, I'm doing something right now. Continue talking.
I bet it's powerful. I bet it's powerful stuff that you're doing right now. Hey, everyone. How you doing? Oh, we're looking at the chat now. People saying sick. Sick. That's disgusting.
Sick.
Female happiness guaranteed in Islam. Yeah, isn't it great? Think about this. You get to grow up in Pakistan, and people can rape you anytime they want, knowing that that if you tell, you're just going to prison. Get to spend your life doing this, and then you die and go to eternity, and get to spend eternity standing in a corner while your husband bangs a bunch of specially designed sex slaves for all eternity, and deflowering them over and over again.
Where do I sign up?
It's awesome for women.
All right. So, not just something that we're making up. Here. UNHCR, World Global Law Policy, and so on. Pakistan's Hudud ordinances, Islamic decrees introduced in 1979 and enforced alongside the country's secular legal system, provide for harsh punishments such as amputation and death by stoning for violations of Islamic law. Although these extreme corporal punishments have not been carried out in practice due to high evidentiary standards, lesser punishments such as jail terms or fines have been imposed. Rape victims run a high risk of being charged with adultery, for which death by stoning remains a possible sentence. In October 2003, the National Commission on the Status of Women in Pakistan issued a report on the Hudud ordinances that stated as many as 88% of women prisoners, many of them rape victims, are serving time in prison for violating these decrees, which make extramarital sex a crime and adultery a state offense. This is one source. However, I actually prisoners, many of them rape victims. Different sources. Okay, National Commission on the Status of Women in Pakistan recently issued a report on the Hudud ordinance stating that as many as 88% of female prisoners are serving time for violating the 1977 Zina ordinance, which makes fornication a crime and adultery a state offense. Many of them are rape victims. Okay, I would like to know the exact number of how many of them are, or what percentage of them are rape victims, but this is just sick. I had no idea, man. What in the world? That's sick. That's sick. Yeah, why in the world? Why would you want to go and say, I have been raped, or I had non-consensual sex? Why would you want to go and say that? No idea. I have no idea.
I'll talk to you. You seem smart. You seem like, you're telling me the truth.
I'm giving you references
Tommy,
as well, right?
Yeah, and Tommy, it's like a similar thing. And he'll also give like...
Pearl, I would understand that from your perspective, everyone seems smart.
Like his references.
Look, there's a kernel of truth in what he says.
Yeah,
that's what makes it attractive.
So my question more is like, why do you think he thinks that?
There are instances where you find people from an Asian background and a Muslim background that are committing sexual assault on women who are white. That does happen in the West. It's happened in Germany. It's happened in the UK. Now, it's how you report on this issue. So, for example, if you were to say that this is something which comes back to Islam as a religion, I say to you, prove that, please, because in Islam as a religion, it's very strict on gender relations. In fact, that's one of the...
Nope.
Oh my goodness, liar! I could break it. I could break it down for you, hijab, and even if you want to say it's not completely justified because it's not taking captives in war by you haven't conquered the land or something like that. If you want to try and wriggle out of it that way, it's pretty straightforward. According to the Quran, Jews and Christians, non-Muslims in general, are the worst of creatures. Muslims are the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind. You conquer these people, you can take them, you can take their daughters and their wives as war booty. That's what happened in the life of Muhammad, and we know that you know it because you talk about it in your tweets. And so you have absorbed the idea, the Muslim population has absorbed the idea that they're the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind. Non-Muslims are the worst of creatures. Muslims are the best of peoples. Non-Muslims are the worst of creatures. You look around at the world, who's supposed to be on top? Who's supposed to be controlling everything right now? Who has the final prophet, the best book, the final revelation, the best religion, the only uncorrupt religion? It's Muslims. Muslims have all this. Who's supposed to be running the world and controlling and subjugating everyone else? Muslims. Then That's the way things are supposed to be. You look around at the world. Other nations are so much more powerful. We're basically beggars in the world right now, walking to Western nations saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more? Please give us something. Give us a handout. We want to live in your countries because our countries are all Sharia compliant hellholes." Right? So you go to the West, you go to the Western nations, and then you're sitting there in a falafel shop, working, cooking up kebabs and stuff like that in your shop, and then you've got all these Western teenage girls who are the worst of creatures. They're supposed to be subjugated to you. You're supposed to be kings. They're supposed to be your sex slaves. And you can make them that. You seriously think this has no connection to your religion? Are you joking?
I don't see the connection at all. No idea. No idea. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't know what the connection. I don't know where you're getting this connection from. I have no idea. Yes. And here is a hadith for everyone. Here is Mohammed, the wonderful example for all humanity and all Muslims. We encountered the enemy and fought with them, having overcome them and taken them captives. The companions of Allah's messenger seemed to refrain from having intercourse with captive women because of their husbands being polytheists. Then Allah Most High sent down regarding that, and women already married except those whom your right hands possess, i.e. they were lawful for them when their iddah period came to an end, so they were allowed to have sex with those captive women, because that's what they do. If you conquer those lowly people, that's what they do. You get to have sex with them.
The central criticisms of Islamic countries that there's so much, it's so strict, woman has to cover up. Why does a woman have to cover up? In the Quran it says, the reason why is so that she doesn't get...
Well, in the Muslim countries, you know what, we in Islam, we cover women up. That means we never do anything wrong to women. Of course. Isn't this basic logic?
I'm wondering what translation he goes with right now. If he's going to say to prevent them from being molested, that's the Yusuf Ali. I don't know what he's about to say. He was like mid-sentence. It's to prevent them. They cover up to prevent.
One of the central criticisms of Islamic countries that there's so much, it's so strict, woman has to cover up. Why does a woman have to cover up? In the Quran it says, the reason why is so that she doesn't get molested. So to prevent sex as well.
It's Yusuf Ali translation. You have to cover up. To think about what he just said right there. You cover up. He just said it. According to the Quran, a woman has to cover up so that she won't be molested. Okay. So Muslims, according to Mohammed, Hijab absorbed the idea that if a girl or a woman doesn't cover up, it's because she wants to be molested. You still want to say that the grooming gangs taking these young girls who aren't covered up and molesting them isn't connected to Islam when you just quoted the Quran as saying that the reason you cover up is to avoid being molested? You still want to say it's not connected, Hijab? He just said it. The Quran tells you that the reason a woman covers up is because she doesn't want to be molested. But all these girls are running around not covered up. They obviously want to be molested.
If I tell everybody in the society, if you raise so many people in society telling them, hey, women need to be covered up because if women are not covered up, then they will be molested. Women need to be covered up because if they're not covered up, then of course, they will get raped. If women need to be covered up because, if they're not covered up, then, you have urges and all that. If you raise people like that, what they will learn is, oh no, yeah, women need to be covered up. I can't see women. I just can't see women uncovered. I can't see women uncovered. But look at this. Now I'm in a society. Where there are wonderful, beautiful looking women walking around everywhere, all around me. They're not covered up. And everyone knows what happens when a woman is not covered up. They get molested. I feel the need to molest them now. I feel the need to go and have sexual intercourse with them. But of course, I can't do this to the adult women who actually have a say, who can defend themselves, who can actually do things. Maybe I should organize stuff and go for the younger ones.
Hey, P. I just now saw the Did you see the news about Brighton in the UK?
No.
So, Mohammed Asaduzaman, UK's first Muslim mayor for an LGBTQI plus hub. Mohammed Asaduzaman, a Bangladeshi interpreter and a Muslim, has been elected as the first South Asian Muslim mayor of Brighton and Hove in the United Kingdom. The election is notable due to Brighton having the largest LGBTQI plus population in the UK. The decision was unanimous among the city council members, leading to a variety of reactions on social media, ranging from congratulations to concerns about the compatibility of a Muslim mayor with the city's LGBTQI plus community. LGBTQI. Voting for a Muslim mayor. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing right now, but wait until you're a bit further down the road, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to say nothing.
Well, just the sad reality is just no one's warned them, AP. No one has spent decades warning people about what Islam is going to do. So can't blame them.
Prototalitarian said, what mustache men think of the Irish? The king of Neo-Nick party was not particularly a fan of the gypsies. Pearl humiliated by Trent and Knowles. Interesting stuff. Lonely Crow, furious quicker than most heavyweights, not from you sick. So he came 260 pounds to compensate, but lost some of his power. Expect him heavier in October. Fury,
he dropped in weight so he'd be quicker. See, the thing is, Fury.
Please don't talk about it.
His other opponents, he's normally the superior boxer. He's not the superior boxer to Usyk. Usyk is the superior boxer. Tyson Fury's advantage is that he's bigger, but he dropped some. So the prediction here is that he's going to come in like 280, 285 to be even more massive, which that seems reasonable. So let's focus on boxing for a while, AP.
Yes. Leo Relic Tribe said, I looked at movies about Mohammed, CPS and police beat upon him, and wondered why they never show his face or him marrying Aisha. Was it because he was so ugly? Yes, that's why.
He was hideous. Don't worry, we will show Muhammad in our movies.
Destiny AP, what Destiny AP? Said they aren't called a pick-me girl, AP. It's a mutar girl. No, it's a pick-me mutar girl. Sheikh Mike Wingelin said, why is this female talking about without a whiteboard? This is a good point.
Yeah, she's not married yet. Then once you're married, then you get your whiteboard on your wedding day.
I wonder if she saw that video of Ali Dawa making his wife write on a whiteboard. I wonder if she would be like, wait a minute, I never thought of that. That's a brilliant idea.
I'm going to do all my videos like that from now on.
Too. I shouldn't talk anymore. I should just write on a whiteboard. Or whatever, I don't know, whatever the man decides. I'll just go with it, because I think women shouldn't think for themselves. Stupid idiot. Brandon, there is an epidemic of male suicide in America and no one is talking about it. I normally agree with you two, but you two are wrong on this one. What? What does this have to do with anything?
The heck is he babbling about?
There's an epidemic of male suicide in America. Yes, that's bad. And no one is talking about it. I normally agree with you two, but you two are wrong on this one. Okay, yes. But
we're wrong on what? We're wrong on what one? What were we wrong about?
Did we say, no, men don't commit suicide? It never happens. Oh, no, you're wrong, because there is male suicide.
Hey, wait a minute. My wife just pointed out, actually, Pearl is already famous for writing on whiteboards. I forgot about that.
Oh, really? She do that? Is that a thing?
She had these viral videos where she explains things on a whiteboard. That's funny. That's funny.
See, I'm ready for marriage. I already have my whiteboard to communicate.
I didn't even think about this. That's funny. Here's from the New York Post an example.
DMV teachers healthcare. Some decent artwork there, though.
Yeah. Oh, this is almost as good as Van Gogh.
All she needs is the full burqa. She's got the whiteboard there. It's a little big. I think if you listen to Ali Dawa, he's going to say a woman doesn't need to have that many thoughts. You don't need a whiteboard that big.
Yeah.
Keep your thoughts short. Small whiteboard. Small little tiny whiteboard.
That's too much. Brandon, there's an epidemic of male suicide. Brandon, let's go, Brandon. Sham Wow said, how can I support Shake It Off? Great video just released today. Awesome stuff. You can go and subscribe to Shake It Off. I don't know how you support.
Yeah, do that. And one of the biggest things you can do for YouTubers you like is to share their stuff. Find their stuff, like their stuff, share their stuff, spread their stuff around, comments. All of that is reactions, subscriptions, comments, sharing. That's all reactions. The algorithm reads that as
I really like the adventures of Shake It Off. I'm already subscribed, as you can see, so would definitely suggest going there and subscribing. Very funny, very good stuff. Go and check it out. Right now. You'll be seeing some good stuff right there. Anyway, Hippie Crystal Lover, the pick me thing was initially inspired from a scene from Grey's Anatomy. Really? Was it? I saw that. It's pathetic. I saw that. But I didn't know that it's actually related to that. Is it? There's this show, Grey's Anatomy, which is a fantastic show. It's one of the best shows ever. And
I got to look it up. A pick-me girl is a girl who seeks male validation by indirectly or directly insinuating that she is not like the other girls. Basically, a female version of a simp. Characteristics of a pick-me girl: lets men walk all over her because of her carefree demeanor, only hangs out with men because they're unproblematic, exerts qualities and characteristics of her male counterparts that were not initially present to be more likable and relatable to them.
There's an incredibly cringeworthy.
So pick.
Cringe. I don't even want to look at it.
Girl who tries to be different to impress men. Pick-me girls will constantly seek attention from males.
We got it. So there's this incredibly cringeworthy scene from the show Grey's Anatomy, and I don't even want to play it, but here it is.
So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Powerful. Ooh, brother. Ooh.
I'm not sure if this is really what inspired that, but yeah, this is a very well known by now, very cringeworthy scene. I can't believe I played it, man. It's Mickey. He said, "Hey David, I watched Not Without My Daughter today. Alfred Molina and Stella Field were great." Nice. Chloe L said, "I'm not mod on AP channel LOL, but I'd like to be." Huh. It's Mickey. He said, "Hey David, I watched Not Without My Daughter today. You made that super chat twice.
How many times are you going to say the same thing?
We're great in it. You made that super chat twice. It's Mickey. Black Milky said, I wonder what Mojab's browser history shows. I don't wonder. I don't want to know.
I predict golden showers.
Golden showers, you see it. Golden showers everywhere. Also, I'm at work tomorrow, David. Well, but maybe next weekend. Yeah, maybe next weekend.
No, that'll be too late.
Too late. Mr. K LARPing for Alan. Yep, that's what they do. Eunuch Pizza says, what the hell is going on? Seeing Pearl, now I have to go to my wife and do ASAP. God. Go top. We know a thing or two about telling people what to do. We'd be a perfect mod. I will consider it, go top. Joaquin Blaze says AP and David Wood. Such a good combo. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Dr. Wood. Such a good combo. Taking out Dawagandis one Blackstone smooch at a time. LOL.
We don't want to take out the Dawagandists. If you had a gold mine, would you want to blow up the gold mine? No.
Yes.
You don't want to blow it up.
Well, if I can then collect all the gold after it's blown up, why not?
It's better to have your gold mine keep producing valuable riches for you for many years to come, which is what these Dawa guys are going to do. Actually, the current lineup is going to be collapsing here in the next 2 to 3 years, but looking forward to the next lineup.
That's true. You can't have your gold mine and eat it too, as they say. Beautiful slave boys will get circulated in paradise as if they were pearls. Surah 52:24. As an interpretation. Grape Me says, what about a review by you guys of Alex O'Connor conversation with Jordan Peterson to be released? I am considering it. I don't know what they will be talking about, but I would be interested in watching it, definitely. Gideon's World. Is anyone going to bring up how the concert music at the Fury You're Sick event is haram? God bless you both.
It was pretty haram. They had just a rapper rapping for several songs before the fight. So, yep.
Who was
That's Riyadh. There, it's pretty modern. Someone I'm not familiar with, but is probably famous.
It was not Iggy Azalea this time?
No, it was a dude.
Oh, well. Celeria. How do I say this name? Celeria?
Oh. Yeah, it's
Rose
like celery.
Quest says, have you ever considered making a compilation video as many times Mohammed Hijab committed shirk by contradicting or tacitly insulting Allah? I should look into that.
Could make a big list.
Totalitarian says, told Trent Horn he's a simp for women. He said she is a simp for men, and she is a simp for a group who wants to take all female rights away like Pearl. Okay. Grape Me said, spreading my... Yes. Grape Me said, I have to say Mohammed Hijab looks really sexy. Yes. Sheikh Mike Windling said, appears is. Appears is not. Appears does not equal is. Isa appeared dead. Aisha appeared 9. Like in anime where someone may look like a lolly but a 6,000 years old hag. You've been had by Allah. That's true. Islamoprobe said Pearl is far right mirror of far left. Islam is anti-woman. Perceived solution to anti-male woke. But Islam is Satanism with prostration. They stole from the Orthodox and Pearl is a cunt. I didn't say the bad word. Sanke, why so civil? He trying to muta Pearly or something, most likely.
No, guys, there are, again, Hijab is going to act differently whether he's trying to impress his crowd or her crowd. If he's trying to impress his crowd, he acts one way. If he's trying to impress Pearl's crowd, he's going to dial things back a bit.
Yeah. Oh, that was JID, the rapper. Okay, I see. They need Ali Darwa. He's the men-women expert. Magna Defender. The saddest community ever is Arcoof. This sub has people who still obsess over a 4-year-old cold. Beast. Fox McCloud. Listening to this lady makes my brain hurt with her hot takes. Do you like your polygamy soft or hard? I like it soft. All station. What the F? So if the woman has an ex-husband, is medium polygamy then? No, it's soft polygamy. Medium polygamy is a degree above that. Yeah. You have to get your polygamies right. White Lily, hey, White Lily, what's up? Apostate of Allah. So, since I have an ex-husband, I'm engaging in hardcore polygamy. By the way, this sounds so inappropriate. It does. It does. It does. It is messed up. It is messed up. Actually, if you are breathing, you are basically already in a polygamous relationship with all the other people who are also breathing, because it's the same air. Do you don't believe me? How about go outside and breathe? Fox McCloud, yes, Mossad planted the lube too.
Which thing was that in reference to?
Nick Fuentes.
Oh yeah.
Michael Beacon, whether he was hacked or not, Fuentes is a bundle of sticks. Hey, we don't say that here. Jesse, I think in the U.S. a man can get a degree in felony over baiting a woman. The degree of the degree probably depends on the degree of the beaten. That's true. That is absolutely true.
Hey, did you know that that's what they call the F word is what they call a cigarette over in the UK?
Yes, I did.
That was the weirdest thing. This was the first time I went over to the UK. First time I ever went over to the UK, and I was we were having debates, and then we were out in like this little waiting area and stuff, and there were two Muslims behind me, and I heard one go, "Hey, want to go smoke a fag?" And I was like, "Oh crap." About to see be a hate crime. It was about to be a hate crime. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because that means something totally different in the US.
I'm gonna smoke that. Yeah, that would be very weird to say in the US. Oh, mate, you want to go smoke a fag? That's weird. Okay, that's funny. I think in the US, yes. James, AP, you've left Islam and now you make dollars by slamming it. Oh, yeah. I make like $20,000 every day by slamming Islam. But why do you blame me? It's already in the name. Islam. That's what I do it. That's why I do it. If you didn't want it to be slammed for money, you shouldn't have called it Islam. That's what you get. Urinating Broom said, when are they going to talk about the elephant in the room? Why doesn't she ask Mojab about the age of consent in Islam? Would Mojab stutter?
Yeah, we actually brought that up when Mohammed Hijab is this, and the main issues that people complain about are this, and that, and he missed like the top 3 issues that people actually bring up.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinny the Pooh made a correction. 20,000 shekels. It's not $20,000. I make 20,000 shekels per day slamming Islam. That's true. Urinating Broom says, when are they going to talk about the elephant in the room? You already read this. What's wrong with you, man? Muhammad Hijab. We already have Muhammad Hijab here.
So we already agreed to change the name to Muhammad Kebab.
Muhammad Kebab.
Look, it's got his picture. He looks exactly like Mohammed Hijab, even though it's his friend. Who's inquiring.
Joshua Gonzalez said her whole logic on polygamy is based on the virginity of a woman. Also, how is it that Mojab comes off as more sane than her? Peak cringe right there. I know this is the thing that I'm earlier when I said I don't even know what I'm watching or what's going on here. It's very weird. Well, one of those many times that I said that during this whole viewing. That's what I was referring to. That he actually seems like the more reasonable person here, which is very, very weird. Very strange. I don't know. NPC. I feel like Mojab likes. Yeah. Probably. Mike Roch Winger says, I am Mike R. Winger and my middle name is Roch. Oh, really? That's interesting.
I believe him because he got the emoji right for Mike Winger.
Contractor People is an excellent mutar wife. Stop hating her. People is indeed a good wife. Yeah. Joseph, my Indonesian Christian wife was forcibly detained and threatened for an hour by fellow Indonesians who were Muslim because her head was not covered. My Indonesian Christian
about right.
wife. Is that by fellow Indonesians? Where was that? Was that in one of those Islamic? Was that in that Islamic state of whatever he would call it? What's it called? Something with A. I don't know. But where was this? I'm curious. Urinating Broom. Are they in the same room? WTF is this free mixing? There might be a cover between them, like a separation.
I mean, they're looking at each other. I don't know. Hijab, these guys are the new Dawa guys are the kings of free mixing. So I don't even know. Yeah. And it's too late to hold them accountable. They're too important now.
Did you see that video recently where he was talking about temporary marriage?
Who? Hijab?
Yeah.
No. Temporary marriage should be fine.
No, I saw a video of him telling a story.
Homosexuality should be fine.
And
that one? Nick Fuentes loves that clip.
Homosexuality should be fine.
Well, I saw one of those 4 Muslims guy react to him, where he was telling a story. Who are those guys even? What's the guy's name? I don't know. There was a short video that I saw of Mohammed Hijab telling a story of.
Oh, I saw that. I did see that.
A marriage getting arranged.
Yeah, he said he arranged a marriage by phone, and it was obvious. The guy's like, "Look, if you don't marry us right now, I'm going to sin." And he said, "And I told the woman, hey, he's just going to divorce you afterwards and stuff." And but they wanted to do it, so I went ahead and married them on the phone. And yeah, he divorced her. What was that?
Did Mohammed Hijab really just boast about marrying his sister to a guy who he knew would probably leave her anyway?
Gotten people married in 1 minute, in 60 seconds. Bruh. Someone comes to the office and say, "Listen, I need to get married, this and that." I say, "Listen, I need to go to the toilet. So this is going to have to be a quick one." I tell you the truth, I've even gotten people married on WhatsApp. Now, there's a difference of opinion on the matter, but I was driving and this guy, he called me, he said, "Look, I'm going to commit haram." He goes, "I've got 2 witnesses ready on this WhatsApp group. Can I add you and you do the thing?" The woman, I said to her, "Listen, this guy's probably going to leave you. I know this guy." And he was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "But it's not fair on the poor woman because we know that you're a pernicious man. You're a habis." I said, "What's the mahar?" And the guy said, "I'm going to give her a meal." How dare you? He said, "Sister, don't do this." No, she said, "I don't mind. I don't care, whatever." It happened. And he did, in fact, divorce her, unfortunately. But I said, "I told you so." And that was it.
Why not take the responsibility to not get them married in the first place instead of telling her, "I told you so," when this could have been completely prevented? I mean, y'all can let me know in the comments if you disagree with me, but
guys, think about that. What's the dowry? What dowry are you going to give this woman that you're marrying on the phone with 2 WhatsApp witnesses and me officiating? What's the dowry? I'm going to buy her a meal at McDonald's, then bang her, then divorce her. Hijab did it. He agreed to do it. What is that? What is that?
Wait.
And who's this guy? Who's this guy? Sorry, you're not big enough. Mohammed Hijab has over 1 million. You guys have created monsters. You've created monsters. You can't stop this guy. You can't stop Hijab. Now, come back 2 or 3 years from now again. People will be so fed up with him that they'll have to start tearing him down. But right now, nope, not going to work right now, sport.
You created a monster because nobody wants to see Zakir no more. They want Mohammed Hijab.
Zakir's chopped liver.
In 1 minute, in 60 seconds, because I was busy. Honestly, someone comes to the office and say, "Listen, I need to get married, this and that." I say, "Listen, I need to go to the toilet. So this is going to have to be a quick one." I tell you the truth, I've even gotten people married on WhatsApp.
I'm going to go drop a deuce, so let's hurry up and marry you so you can bang this girl and divorce her 5 seconds later.
This is Dawa, man. These are the Dawa champs. And what's crazy is he's sitting there laughing and joking in the crowd. Good one, Hijab. They're talking about Mutta. They're talking about Mutta. When we bring up Mutta, when we bring up temporary marriage, "No, you're lying. Muhammad forbade that practice," even though our sources are completely inconsistent on this. And
they're talking about Mutta.
And then as soon as you get a million subscribers on YouTube, you can go ahead and start laughing and joking about it. Dude, it's the same thing with everything. You go back 15 years, we talk about child marriage. "Oh, they're lying. Until they think they can talk about it honestly. And of course, we're going to bang all the little girls. They say that that we're lying when we talk about the death penalty for apostates. Until they think they're strong enough to endure the criticism. And now Mutta, this is all this kufar, they're making this stuff up. And then he sits there and laughs and jokes about doing it.
They're talking about Mutta.
As a rule, ladies and gentlemen, take whatever we're criticizing Islam for right now, and they're calling us liars. If they say we're lying about this, come back 5 to 10 years from now, and they'll be bragging about doing it from the rooftops.
Much respect to this guy, Fayyad. I think he's from the 3 Muslims. That's where they are. Yeah, 3 Muslims.
Oh, that's one of those guys.
Yeah, I think that's from the Three Muslims channel. I'm generally a respectful guy. I haven't seen much like dirt from this dude.
Yeah.
The Three Muslims.
This guy, gosh, then this guy, he's got to be going through what like Sajid is going through right now, right? Like
He's
looking
not innocent.
like the exact same position, looking around at the world, looking at who are the popular Muslim guys, and wait a minute, we've got Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, Sheikh Uthman, Daniel Hakikachu, and then like social media people that we're clinging to, like Andrew Tate and Sneeko. You got to be thinking, wow, this really sucks. It really sucks for us right now because we can't even call these guys. Well, you could call them out. It's just not helping. And that's a sad reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, respect to him for doing it, just like Sajid. We know Sajid's complaints about what's going on in the Dawa world aren't going to fix the problem, but like hats off to you for trying, for at least having the integrity, the basic integrity to try.
And there are quite some people who would say the era of Muslim social media influencers needs to come to an end. The cloud chasing has gone too far. Huge respect for you calling out mistake. I'm happy that I'm not the only one thinking the same thing recently. I'm a Christian, but I give you total respect for making this video. Oh, you see, this is good. So there is, this is good. This is
By the
good.
way,
I appreciate this.
Yeah. One quick question though for
Wait,
our buddy here.
It says he deleted this video. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. What?
Oh, Hijab deleted the video. That's interesting.
Yeah.
One interesting thing for our buddy here, and it's something you pointed out when we were talking about Mutta the other day, is at the very, very least, what this guy finds so disgusting. I'm going to marry this girl and have sex with her and buy her a meal. What he finds so disgusting and repulsive about that, Muhammad allowed it. What did they say about the time of Muhammad? They would give a girl a handful of flour, so she can make herself a piece of bread. That would be the dowry we paid her for mutta, for a temporary marriage. So he's saying Muhammad Hijab is evil and repulsive for doing exactly what his prophet allowed. Now the area for disagreement was whether Muhammad ever actually forbade it. The Muslim sources are inconsistent on this point. But as repulsive as this guy finds Muhammad Hijab right here, his prophet did exactly the same thing, at least for a while. Could have been throughout Muhammad's life, but at least for a while, Muhammad allowed exactly what this guy finds disgusting.
So Muhammad Hijab actually told that woman, don't do this. He's not serious. He's not going to do it. He's just going to divorce you and stuff. And she was like, I don't care. I want to do it. So on both sides, Muhammad Hijab was aware that they're just not really meaning it. They just want to hook up.
Yeah.
And he just did it anyway.
Hook up.
So
yeah, they just want it to be halal. They want it to be halal. So we're going to go ahead and get married.
Wow. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Guys, keep in mind, they did that with Hijab's approval. So he's saying, hey, it's I don't think you might want to be careful because you know what he's going to do. He's using you for mutta. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine with it. Okay, get your Big Mac, and then
she's using it for mutta.
Divorce later.
Ryan Gosling, 88% of Qatar's population are non-Qatari. Huh? Is that real? I don't think that's real. Is it? Qatar. I know that the workforce relies very much around on foreigners.
Who are you calling foreigner?
What?
Who are you calling foreigner?
Kidding me? Foreign
Turkish,
workers
German.
amount to around 88% of the population.
Okay.
Wow. Wait a minute, I wasn't aware of that. That's insane.
The people need to rise up and take over what's theirs. That'd be awesome.
This is the funny thing, because the population there is not working. They rely on the foreign workers, and
Must be nice. That's the way they want it.
Eventually, they'll end up just having them take over. That would be funny.
That would be very funny.
The majority, by the way, are from India. 21% is from India, 12% Bangladesh, 12% Nepal, Egypt, Philippines, Pakistan, and so on. Beast. No Western country.
Very based.
One of the reasons is to do that. So
wait, okay. Urinating upon one another said there's no way Mujab is wrong. Check Section 8. Yeah, Section 8 actually says it all, but yeah, nobody wants to see it. He actually sorted the list by lowest GDP. Moshkohen, as always, takia, like breathing. They lie. They lie.
Liar! You're a liar!
Amber Black said her debate with Trent Horn last week about whether or not marriage is good for me was so embarrassing for her. Trent was exasperated by the end. She had a debate with Trent Horn, really?
Yeah, I only saw a clip that was circulating. But people, a matter of fact, I think it was like Murdered by Crayons, or I think it was Murdered by Crayons. Posted a video of her saying what men want is a girl who's just going to keep her mouth shut, and then it like showed all the clips of her interrupting and talking over him the entire time.
I don't know. I don't want to make generalizing statements in response to such a stupid generalization. But never in my life did I think, I just want a woman who is quiet and who just says whatever I want, who just does whatever I want, whatever I say.
That's woman keeps her pie hole shut. Yeah, Jordan Peterson posted something interesting the other day that I shared. He's like, you get into a person who can, challenge you and so on. When you don't have someone like that, you're basically chopping off like half of your combined intellectual ability.
Yes. And what makes Western societies right now strong is the whole what makes Islamic societies so weak. One of the main factors is that the woman is being totally crushed and not allowed to be anywhere near the role of a man in society. The brain of a woman is not relevant, is not being used in Islamic society. Not at all. Her role is not being used. It's like you're a human with two legs, but you're only using one of them and chopping the other off because I don't want that one. That one should just do whatever the other one says. Loney Crow, countries that were under colonialism are just fine. South Korea, Hong Kong. Really? Countries that were under colonialism and are just fine. South Korea, Hong Kong, Israel, Chile, Ireland. Oh, and they don't have oil. Yeah, Hong Kong is a different case, though. It's a different situation. Israel rose up from that whole thing. Chile is, based. Ireland in it. But Hong Kong is still kind of. Johnny Sins says, "Oh, hello, good to see you here. Look at all the people trying to escape Kabul when the U.S. military pulled out there. That's true." Urinating Broom says, "AP, you're ignoring the Islamic golden age, not shower." I'm happy that you clarified that, because whenever you say golden, something in relation to Islam, I think of golden shower, and I can't get that out of my head. But
yeah,
yes.
there should be a website called the Islamic Golden Age, and it's just Mohammed Hijab's weird fetish stuff, and then they could leave us alone because they could just focus on that.
I was very shocked to find out that that Hong Kong is also being having a huge Muslim population. I don't know. Elijah Petty Pearl is going to do an interview with Tommy Robinson. Oh yeah, I saw. I think she already recorded it and published a trailer, and it's going to be out there.
I mean, she referred to it. She referred to it in what we just watched, didn't she? Didn't she say?
Yeah.
When they talked about grooming gangs, she's like, "Yeah, because I talked to Tommy Robinson or something."
Yes. Oh wait, D. I would love to see Pearl versus Nuria Khan debate.
I would also like to see that one.
I said enough about Pearl. Loney Crow, half work at 1 out of 2. Okay, yeah. Work ethics, not reason of Arab poverty. They work hard. It's lack of acceptance of research and questioning. The Ottoman blocked info from West.
That's one of two. That's one of two. There's more.
I have to disagree with that. Work ethics.
You didn't even let him finish. It's one of two.
Okay. Loney Crow, Arab language is sacred, so no Western research. According to Bernd Lewis, in 1 year in Spain, more books translated than the last 100 years in Arab. But that is also about work ethics, I would argue. Partly. I will get to that very quickly. Joshua Gonzalez says she got the boom boom eyes for Momo. Yes. Here's the thing, Loney Crow. I disagree on one aspect, which is working hard has very different definitions in the Western world and in the Arab world and in the Muslim world. I've seen Turkey. I've seen work ethics in Iraq. Went there twice. And have seen work ethics in the Muslim world and in the Arab world. When you say working hard in the, or when you speak of working, of efficiency and all that, what you mean in the West is that you actually get stuff done. When you speak of working hard in the Arab world, what you're speaking of is just working many hours. That's it. That's not the same as actually producing something. It's not the same as being efficient and getting things done. And that's the whole idea of, like, for example, this is what I saw in Turkey all the time. Oh, he works hard. He worked 12 hours that day. Well, that's not working hard. That just means you're overworking. You're doing more than you should be doing. You're actually hurting yourself, but you're not actually doing anything. You're not producing anything. You're not being efficient. You're not creating something. You're just doing a certain job for an extended period of time and hurting yourself, which you should not be doing. Work ethics has a different meaning in the West, where you put your work into a proper period every day, and then you're done with work. You separate yourself from that, go home and rest and whatever it is. You actually get stuff done. You don't just go and work for 12 or 4 hours or 24 hours without producing anything. You can work for 60 hours and just do tough stuff and not get anything done, or you can work for 6 hours and do more than that and be efficient. That's what I'm talking about. And honestly, I don't think that in the Arab world people work very hard. I mean, I saw Iraq and I saw different environments, and people are not very hardworking. That's all I want to say right now. Michelle B.
First of all, bull. Hey,
what,
dude? Bull.
What?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to dig all those Hamas tunnels? Come on, be realistic. That was hard work. That was some serious hard work. What we can say is, when it comes to slaughtering Jews, they're extremely hard workers. They're willing to put in lots of dedicated hours.
You know what real work looks like? What they do in Hong Kong. That's what real work looks like. This is why Hong Kong looks like heaven right now. Heaven for business and wealth. That's what they do in Hong Kong. Whereas when you go to Gaza, does Gaza look like Hong Kong? No. Ayatollah Khamenei said pearl getting rizzed by Islamic Shrek. Ari Wasson once said, wine before pearls, man. Wine before pearls. Yes. Don't throw it. Carlo Magno, these Dawas are always LARPing for the Ottomans. Ding Guignong Korea says, just put my 9-year-old wife to bed so shut up. Psyche, you see, if you redefine molestation, no one gets molested. This is true. This is true.
That's how you do it.
He also said that that we have a different understanding of children, of what it means to be a child, So, yeah, and pedophilia is relative. That's what he said. Not to be confused with pedophilia with relatives. But he did say in a video where he talked to Sneeko that pedophilia is relative. And if Mohammed Hijab says that, then it is of course a fact. Anyway, I'm not going to bring it up now. Top Animal Cruelty said, I was raped by a Turkish Muslim. Mohammed Hijab lies. Adi Wasserman says, Hijab logic loop is Pearly singing. Why can't we talk about the Jews on YouTube? Haram. Is Pearly
Oh
singing?
yeah, she did make that song.
Jeez, I forgot.
She's like playing guitar or something like that. That was I think the hip term for that is cringe. I think I'm using that word correctly again.
Cringe.
It's
cringe.
Cringe.
No, it's called cringe. This is funny. A song titled "Why Can't We Talk About the Jews" is talking about the Jews, by the way. That's a funny post. But here, a song titled "Why Can't We Talk About the Jews" is talking about the Jews, by the way. Also, the fact that this was deleted by Pearl herself and not Twitter shows that Pearl's original premise makes no sense, and 2, Pearl is a coward. However, yeah, here's the video. She was going hard with Nick Fuentes around that time and was saying the Jews.
Why can't we talk about them without getting kicked off of YouTube? Now, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I kinda wanna know why.
Wow. If anything deserves a Grammy, it's not that.
You see, it didn't get a Grammy. This is proof that the Jews control the music industry.
I forgot about this. Now that I'm seeing this, I just remember how much I dislike this person.
And it was actually dedicated to Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Why did you delete it?
Why did I
Fuentes.
delete it?
Yeah.
Because it was just a headache, Pierce.
Because you knew it was wrong?
I just think it's like, it's not the hill I'm trying to die on.
Right, but why did you choose that hill to die on?
I didn't choose this hill to die
You did.
on.
You released the video.
I also released 10 different videos about
Yeah, but they're
10
not
different
all
other
basically.
topics
But they're not
that day.
talking about Adolf Hitler, are they?
Are we not allowed to talk about him?
You can talk about Hitler right to the point.
David, is there such a trend that you're not allowed to talk about Hitler?
No, I didn't know about that. I mean, like, I'll talk about him right now. I'll watch this. I'll talk about him right now. You ready?
Yes.
Nick Fuentes is so far up Hitler's butt, he could reach out through his mouth and comb his little mustache. Just did it. Just did it right there. That just happened. We are allowed to talk about Hitler.
Man, oh man. I see people talk about Hitler and even say positive things about Hitler all the time. Maybe she never read a book or never actually, I don't know.
When you say the more conspiracy theories I hear about him.
Look, I think that anyone should be allowed to speak about any conspiracy theory on social media. That is my point. It's not about Hitler. It's not
If
about
you really
the
believed what you
Holocaust.
did wasn't wrong, you wouldn't have deleted it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's not entirely true. In her defense, I have to agree with her on this. You can post something and then you get a blowback and just say, okay, it's not worth fighting over. It doesn't mean you think you did something wrong. Just, I don't want to fight over this right now.
Yeah.
So she could be, she's wrong about her song. Her song sucks and it's garbage and it's terrible and it has a terrible message. She's right about the fact that you can take something down that you didn't think you were necessarily wrong for, that you just, I don't want to fight over this.
You know what? Well, I was just going through my statistics on videos and was going to say, do you know what my most watched video is? And I was going to say it's the ripping up the Quran video. However, I just realized that the truth about the Kaaba video is like almost at 2 million views. I don't know.
Nice.
Funny. This video that I made,
ripping up the Quran, 5.4% likes. 5.4% likes.
Yeah. Mostly
People love that video.
Look at that. It shows this why I'm ripping up the Quran video which I clipped from our live stream. It was watched 1.7 million times back then, and it has 392,000 dislikes and 22,000 likes. It was getting bombarded as soon as I published it. It was getting bombarded. It went viral. It was on news pages and things like that in different countries. And at first I thought, this is funny, this is engaging, this is good, this is nice. But then after a while I thought, God, I'm sick of this. So and it wasn't stopping. So I just decided to put it private. On private. So yeah, you can have different reasons for it. But I don't think
doesn't it
We're proud of that.
Yeah. Doesn't it suck though? You could sit there and put a week's worth of thought into a video and post it, and
yes,
and then you can just go, I can't stand this stupid book, and that one gets more views, and that sucks.
Yes. I mean, I did make. I do think there are videos that I worked on for a long time, or that I in my head, I had them. I went through them again and again, and I sat down and I try to perfect the argument and all that, and it has like a total of 60,000 views now, and some dumb Quran ripping video has 1.7 billion views. But yeah, so I forgot that she made this video, which is basically a very scummy video. Yeah.
If the Quran is telling you,
anyway, no, I don't care about this anymore. We're done with this. I'm just going to read super chats now, and then we will leave. Robin Hood said, "Thank you, AP. I appreciate your content. Praying for you, and thank you for your support of Israel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Always. I always like to do what my employees at Mossad want me to do. I'm a good employee. My employer's employee. Yes. No, I love Israel. Seriously, I love Israel." Sankey said, "Pearls sound dumb now that I listen to her for more than whatever short. Doesn't seem to learn things and accept whatever fact is peddled at the time." This is true. Gwyneth Isaac said, "Wow, that's truly evil." Not sure which part you were referring to then, but
that could be referring to several things that have happened.
All of it is truly evil. It might be that it was about raping sex slaves. Ari Wasserman, thank God Qasim Rashid lost the Democrat primary in Illinois. In 2017, he wrote Dizzle's favorite article ever, How the Teachings of Islam Could Help Us Prevent Most Sexual Abuse Scandals. Liar cites Quran 4:2, 20, and 35. David, what do you know about this?
Yeah, I remember that. I think I remember that powerful article about how Islam, the teachings of Islam, could help avoid sexual abuse scandals.
You see?
I remember that.
You see? See, what's your problem? Rob Dog said Israel can get effed and says, I don't love Israel, I love America. How does it even make sense? It says, I said I love Israel, and you say, I don't, I love America. Did I say I don't love America?
Oh yeah, dude's an Ahmadi. That makes sense.
Look, I'm wearing an America shirt right now. This is the absolute proof. This is the proof. This is the proof that I love America. I love America and I love Israel. How about that?
How about that?
Creamo the Dreamo with some dessert on the profile picture says, per December 2020 Guardian article, UK Home Office study of England, Scotland, and Wales dispels myth of Asian grooming gangs popularized by far right. Whale. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a look at that and talk about that separately. Ayatollah Khamenei says Mojab ate 5 Viagra before this one. Sheikh Ma Wingeling said, I see your ankles, you must want to be raped. Yeah. Carla Wagner, but who is doing the molesting hijab? Abu Ahruf. Yeah, that's a good point. He says that the women should be covering themselves up so that they don't get molested. But who is doing the molesting?
Hey, we should make a list of all the things that Mohammed Hijab left out in his discussion with Pearly things. But yeah, breastfeeding adults would be something interesting. So breastfeeding, muta, beating women into submission, sex slavery probably. But yeah, the main thing would be child marriage. That'd be the issue.
Carlo Magno
Which interestingly, that's how their conversation actually began. You know what I mean? That's where it began. It's her asking about Muhammad marrying a little girl.
Yeah.
Or
Carlo Magno says
dating, as she said.
Trent did call Pearl a female simp in their debate. Did that really happen? That's amazing. I want to see
that.
I want to see that. That's good. I want to see that. Ari Wasserman said Dizzle's convert name Dawood Wudu.
I kind of like that. The actual translation would be Cheshib, but that one's closer to my actual name, Dawood Wudu.
Yeah, yes.
Now go do that voodoo. Dawood Wudu.
You should just actually use it. You should have a rapper name and call it Dawood. Dawood. You know?
Dawood.
Dawood. Gwyneth Isaac said, by the way, GoTop's music videos are hilarious. Really? I need to check those out. Tiger Hogan says, her rube insights about women compared to progressives almost refreshing. In an accidental way, but at bottom she's donkey. Bit of horseshoe theory too. Listen. If you think that somebody like Pearl steps into the scene and actually has good views about women, I'm not sure where you stand and what you are arguing from and where you are arguing from, but it's just sick.
Dude, it's the same thing with Andrew Tate, which is why for a while they called her, remember they were calling her the female Andrew Tate?
Yes.
But it's the same thing. Once the population or people in authority start going too far in some direction, then some person who just goes complete opposite direction, even if it's nutty, is, wow, so refreshing and based.
Yeah. She doesn't say anything at all that is remotely good about women. And if your understanding is, oh, women are too much out there right now, and people say all kinds of things about how about women, about how free they should be. Yeah, Pearl should come here and talk about how women should be subdued and they should shut up and just listen to the man. If that's how you think, then I would say honestly, you are the problem. You are the problem. You are the problem. You are the problem.
But this is why they can become popular, right? If you have enough people who are just, we're sick of this, then, this person's saying the opposite.
GoTub said David is trying to drill his tears out. Yeah, it's true.
That'd be funny. That would be funny, like some psychopath, got someone tied up. I'm going to drill and find where your tears are. That would be a pretty creepy scene.
Yes. Yeah, Chikami said, so she's saying women should be silenced. Yes, and I just think she should make the first move and just get off social media, stop talking to people, get out of here. That's what should be happening. So, Ayatollah Khamenei says, me putting up David Wood and AP live stream is Saturday night church. AP, let's go. Yes. Mohammed Kebab. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Fixed it.
Yeah. Mohammed Kebab said, now that my name is fixed, do you think she'll do mutar with me? Most likely. You got to try.
It's my friend, Mohammed Kebab.
NPC said apparently Sneaker was exposed for doing a PORN nude photo shoot. Well,
would not be surprising.
Moss said, I love how David Wood is using slang now. Who taught him this?
Yeah. I know cringe. I know based, cringe, all that stuff.
I heard you say hi, too. Yeah. Mossad said, you're doing good work, AP. Don't worry, your payment will arrive tomorrow. Thank you, Mossad. Just make it more subtle. What is this?
Yeah, it's funny. It's like one of the things I'm looking forward to about going to Israel again is I wasn't thinking about it last time, but this time I want to come back with like stacks of shekels and just be able to make it rain shekels on myself and so on.
I should have done that too. I think I just brought back a 2 or 3 bills or something. I don't know. Joseph, yes, AP. My wife was accosted somewhere in Ate. How do you say that? I have no idea about the language. How do you pronounce this?
It's Ache.
Is it? Did I just do that right? Did I just say Ache? Ache? No, I said Ache. Ache. Okay, interesting. Yep. So that is the Islamic State in Indonesia. Good upset. I think we all know why Pakistan loves us. Kids. Drew Traver, Arab women work harder than a donkey does on a farm, you see. Yeah. Christina says, will you all ever do call-in shows? Daily Wire, remember doing a call-in series around the time the perfect preservation lie blew up. Did you ever do that?
What?
Call-in shows?
Yeah, we used to do them a bunch on the Trinity channel, ABN. Used to do, all those shows were live call-in.
There was a time where I decided, you know what, from now on, every week I'm going to do a call-in show. And I did 1 and did 2, and then I stopped. I'm not sure if I want to get back to it ever again.
See, the thing is, back then, other people were handing the calls, right? They just patched the calls through. If you're sitting here if you're sitting at your computer, you kind of have to deal with all that stuff yourself. And I'm just not that interested.
I wrote a song for Pearl about why we can't talk about those split ends. Girlfriend is finished. Telegraph says Pearl does not realize that there's no soft polygamy for women in Islamic society. If you have an ex-boyfriend, your father or your brothers will make sure to make an ex of you. This is cold, ice cold truth. That's what you get. Sheikh Ma Wingelinge, peace be upon me, said I had a DNA test and it said I'm 1 to 2% Turkish. AP, any tips on how to cope with that? Why has Allah done this? How do I strengthen my iman again? You can seek therapy. There's also medication, but therapy is always a start. But there is good news, Sheikh Mike Wingelinge, which is that on these tests, 1 to 2% is usually considered very low confidence and probably not true. So there you go. Johnny Silverball says Mohammed more like Guhammed for all of the sea men on him. Yes, indeed so. Thank you, Silver Balls, for that. Z-Bam said, rap artist from Australia said apparently the Apostle Paul was going to go to Mecca to try and convert the Muslims, but couldn't find the city on the map. Yep. I also heard that Alexander the Great wanted to go to the Muslims, but he was scared of them. Yeah. The Vintage Mom said Pearl is a Walking Daddy issue.
I think so.
Well,
I know nothing about her, but that would be a hypothesis worthy of consideration for someone who's interviewing her to ask her.
I think that women should just, like do what the man says, and if you're not going to listen to the man, then why do you even exist? NPC said, do not throw your pearls to swine. Jesus. I don't see why not in this case. Vinny the Pooh said maybe she had a falafel sandwich and was blown away by the Palestinian experience. Time to find a different job. Oh man, that's
for anyone who wasn't here and who were watching Masab. That was Masab in an actual debate, as a televised debate on this Western woman telling him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he goes, maybe she had a falafel sandwich and was blown away by the Palestinian experience.
What was that woman's name again? Abby Martin.
Abby something.
Abby Martin.
Abby Normal.
Martin. Abby Martin. Abby Martin.
Martin. Abby Martin. Do, 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 do.
I can't find that video. Oh, there you have it.
Government, and you have no idea how many.
You have no idea how many civilians you killed, mate. What's going on? Isn't it?
Falafel experience. Yeah.
To the public, of course, I can criticize him, and I can criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as.
Look at her face, though. Kelly.
It's about time to retire. Find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
You don't qualify even to be a mother, Kelly Bundy. Wow.
You know,
he's brutal, man.
He's been there. Can criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire.
Man,
this guy's awesome, man.
I didn't expect that line at all. Like, eating a falafel
that's what I mean.
Being blown away by the Palestinian experience.
And then, she's not even fit to be a mother.
Yeah. Finally, the IDF just dug up the rest of Shiny Luke in Rafah. Thanks, Purdy, for your Muhammad fetish. Was it in Rafah? I don't know. But yeah, that is one of the news, which is that the IDF recovered 3 bodies, the bodies of 3 hostages that were kidnapped and killed by Hamas, and their bodies were kept there. They found them and brought them to Israel. One of those is Shani Luke, who was one of the who is that woman who was stripped naked and killed and put on the back of a truck and paraded while innocent Gazan civilians cheered and spit on her. And
isn't she the one that your boy Daniel Hakikachu said they were just taking her to get medical attention?
Yeah.
Was that her?
Yeah. He also called her a prostitute. Mm-hmm. Like his wife. Razi said, Jizya from Hong Kong. Thank you so much. Appreciate this very, very much. Appreciate this very, 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 very much. All right. David, anything else you want to
say? Regarding them recovering the bodies of people who were missing, and some of them they still don't know the status and so on. Gaza should have been negotiating when they held more cards in their hand. You know what I mean?
I have very strong opinions on this.
Soon they're going to be down to 0 hostages or just the locations of some bodies or something like that, and they're gonna be out of chips.
Chips. Yeah. So the Netanyahu also recently, by the way, made a statement on the combatant to non-combatant ratio, and he said that it is at around 1-to-1 ratio, which would be extremely impressive if true.
Insanely impressive if true.
If true,
I'm impressed if it's 2-to-1. I'm impressed if it's 2-to-1, which is you get about 2-to-1 even going with the Hamas numbers. So if they're significantly better than that for the kind of war they're dealing with. That's I would say if it's anywhere in the ballpark of 1-to-1, I don't know how you criticize them at that point, like, and expect to be taken seriously. What?
I was just looking at my Twitter feed to find that Netanyahu thing, and then I saw that I did this this morning.
What's wrong with you, man?
Free Palestine. That's
I saw a little while ago on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it, but Destiny shared the picture of Hitler and the Grand Mufti, and he said, "Hey, it's a black and white picture of Sneeko and Nick Fuentes."
yeah, I saw it. I saw that too. Well, this is because earlier that day in the morning, somebody published a quote of the idiot who burned himself, Arson Burnwell, and a quote from him about how there are no civilians, and celebrating next to a concentration camp, basically justifying the killing of Israelis. So I just responded to that with a quote unquote "Free Palestine," and people were getting mad at me like, "Whoa, what is this? How dare you do this?" People seriously think that I should somehow respect or not mock the guy Arson Burnwell. Like, why in the hell would I respect him? Why would I not mock him?
And we talked about this a long time ago when it was happening, that it's actually important not to show respect or be impressed by this thing for other people who could conceivably be copycats. You don't want this to be you don't ever want this to be a cool thing to do. You want this to be, hey, look what this idiot did. Look what this freaking moron did. That's the idea you want to absorb. Whatever you think about him or whatever his mental state was or anything, you do not want this to be a cool thing to do ever.
Yeah. Libel said, was it honestly his name, Arson Burnwell? Yeah, it was actually.
Sounds like a gangster rapper or something like that.
It is quite a sick burn, though, isn't it? No. Yeah. So, and I said it here as well. I mean, we have records of him actually talking about how the Israeli civilians deserve to be killed and things like that. Why would I have any respect for a guy who thinks that the people who were killed at the Nova Music Festival deserved to be killed because they were all criminals, they were all collaborators, they were all in on being in this apartheid state and all that. And then he goes there and burns himself. I mean, you are burning yourself. I would feel a little bit sad and say it's really messed up that people actually do something like that. But just for those sick thoughts that he had, why would I feel bad? I think he did the right. I'm not going to finish that thought. Anyway, you get the point. I was going to mention not this. I was going to mention Benjamin Netanyahu and his statement he recently made, which is... Hey, did you see this? 5 Pillars UK posted this stupid news as if it was a big gotcha thing. Like, oh, look, Muslims are proudly standing up. Muslim parents at Birmingham's King David Primary School have expressed dismay at the school's Zionist ethos ahead of the Jewish school's planned celebration of Israel's birthday.
That's funny. Isn't this funny?
So Muslim parents at Birmingham's
at the Jewish
David Primary School, at the Jewish school, complained about the Zionist ethos because they were celebrating Israel's birthday.
I mean, just imagine some Jews going to a Muslim school They go to a Muslim school and they complain about the Ramadan ethos. Oh, what's going on with the Ramadan? What's going on at this Muslim school? Oh, oy vey.
Yeah. Let's send our children to this Jewish school because it's a
and then complain that it's a little too Jewish.
Yeah. But wait a minute, why are they doing all this Jew stuff here?
They're going to celebrate Israel's birthday at this Jewish school.
Why would they do all this Jew stuff here? I could have sent my children to a Muslim school.
Let's complain about the persecution that Muslims are enduring at this Jewish school they decided to go to.
And this is what they do. They come to they go to places where other cultures are in place, are dominant, and then they complain.
And then they claim to be victimized by it. Oh, we're victims, we're victims, we're victims. This is why we need Sharia and to subjugate all of you for Sharia.
You see. Look at this donkey here. This donkey here says...
An atheist? Oh, no.
This donkey says Israel will seek to occupy parts of Turkey if they defeat Hamas.
I believe that's completely nonsense, but I would not object.
Yep. Turkey would be probably a much better place if Israel took control of it.
Can we agree that Israel should annex Turkey but not give voting rights to the people there until they leave Islam?
Yes.
There we go. You heard it here, folks. This is the D. Wood and Apostate Prophet plan for peace in the Middle East.
Alhamdulillah.
It's way better than other plans that politicians come up with.
Yes. Anyway, I was looking for the Netanyahu thing, but here it is. Oh yeah, I sent a private message to Khamenei, by the way.
Oh.
I'm not sure if he saw it, but I saw his DMs were open.
Yeah, you got the picture of him right there.
So I sent this and said, "This you," and
that is him. It's the best picture I've ever seen of him.
So we have this here.
We do everything to get them out of harm's way. They do everything to keep them in harm's way, including using gunfire. They actually shoot their own civilians, trying to keep them there. Because for them, for us, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. For them, every civilian casualty is a strategy. So they don't give a hoot about their civilians, and they're responsible for those deaths. But nevertheless, even though we're faced with such a cynical enemy, we've been able to keep the ratio of civilians to combatants killed. Again, everyone is a tragedy, but it's a ratio of about 1-to-1 now.
1-to-1. Wait a minute. I thought Mohammed Hijab said it's 100-to-1, and that he was being generous by saying it's 100-to-1 because it's even worse.
Yeah, he said that Israel says it's 100-to-1. But wait, how did Israel say 100-to-1 at one point, but then they reduced it to 1-to-1? How does that happen? That's very weird. So again, Netanyahu says this. I can't trust that it's definitely accurate. But on the one hand, you have Hamas giving us numbers, which so far apparently people think, oh yeah, we should take those numbers. On the other hand, you have Netanyahu now giving numbers, and he also mentioned to Dr. Phil, I think he said around 14,000 Hamas members have been killed and 16,000 civilians. If true, that is incredibly impressive and would show big proportionality, great attempt at minimizing civilian casualties. However, I'm not going to trust that it's totally true. I don't know. But on one hand, we have Hamas numbers. On the other hand, we have Israel numbers. I would rather trust Israel than Hamas.
Yeah, again, and we've said multiple times we're not going to actually know what the numbers are until all the dust is settled, right? Because you're not even going to have all the bodies and so on. It's just going to be kind of like records. Who's missing after all this?
Yes.
What people who were here a year ago are no longer here.
Yes. But if this is true, then amazing job. Anyway, with that said, Razi AP Lobster King denounced atheism That means I'm the biggest atheist now. This Muslim obsession with Jews in Israel kind of fruity, if you ask me. It is. It is. But I said I was going to leave. Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. Bye. Yes. Tomorrow we will be live again with David on David Wood's channel. And then we will be live again on some other channel. And until then, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for being around. See you again. I love having this community, and I appreciate it truly. I love these live streams. Have a good day. And as always,
Screaming Goats Podcast.
Stay away from Islam.